Creator, we ask your blessing and guidance for good health and good thoughts for all the people of the Northwest Territories. We look to your guidance to lead us down the right path as we make decisions for the people. We ask nothing more than the simplest things that life has to offer. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Okaki, Angon, Hihahumuten, Eglulik, Demata, Emako, Ekuk Dingrak, Habinget Nak, Esagago Nak, Rugat, Hali, Elapno, Anak, Oni Laching Nak, Deret, Elima Raunak, Habitki, Raurutwood, Mani, Nupanikde, Dogagamu, Ematum, Naunun, Luki Avaktuk, Huvahok Dunga, Ugatun, Kuliak Garak, 2020 me, Huvarak Dubit, Okakun Dubit, Okakdukt, Awi Dunga, Naputak, Hevelik, Arakdarak, Aulakda Habermun, Kilowak look, Raknum me, Kulik, Namra, Kulikakdak, arriving me, 19, Numongong, Itnatun, Aklakduk, Akrakdak, 28, Mani, Gak, Kayakduk, Kulmanung, Itchakrak, Pingohut, Tons, Hakchakrak, Slave Lake, Bun, Mananu, Mangalu, Mackenzie Rivergun, Dagiyakdak, Gunulu. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, after the Government of Northwest Territories launched its Marine Transportation Services, or MTS, we continue to improve our capacity and to operate a reliable and professional marine shipping services in the North. I am pleased to report that the 2020 resupply has been successfully completed. The first shipments of the season departed Hay River on July 10th, and the last delivery took place on September 19th. Nearly 28 million litres of fuel and more than 6,300 tons of cargo were delivered this season to communities on the Great Slave Lake and the Mackenzie River, as well as the coastal communities. Mr. Speaker, these deliveries were made possible by our able marine crews who worked tirelessly to overcome challenges posed by high water levels and bad weather. From the beginning of the season, MTS developed and executed a robust COVID-19 mitigation plan. Access to our cargo terminals was granted by appointment only, and only those free of COVID-19 related symptoms. Customers were encouraged to use the online system to avoid contact, to protect communities. Designated drop-off cargo zones were created for the delivery cargo so that vessel crews would avoid contact with residents. Regardless of the challenges posed by our Arctic environments, MTS remains committed to providing the best service possible to all our customers. Our crews know that communities depend on our services for the delivery of essential goods. Mr. Speaker, from deckhand to cooks, 171 people were employed at the peak of the resupply season. 92 of these workers are Northwest Territories residents and 64 are Indigenous. We will continue our relationship with Transport Canada and the Nunavut Fisheries and Marine Training Consortium to promote the Marine Training Centre in Hay River. Programs that are offered at the training centre include the Bridge Watch rating system program, small vessel operator proficiency, and a fishing master's program. Recent graduates have been employed on Canadian Coast Guard Arctic icebreakers and our research vessel, operated by the Arctic Research Foundation. 9 graduates were employed on our own tugboats this resupply season. These employment and training opportunities positively impact families and communities and support the long-term sustainability of the marine industry in the North. Mr. Speaker, in addition to supporting training opportunities, the N.W.T recognizes the need to support the marine industry by improving marine infrastructure and services. For decades, fuel has been carried through our northern waters to northern communities in single-hull barges. Marine Transportation Services is improving our marine fleet with double-hull barges to minimize the risk of fuel spill and better protect our environment. In August, the 4 new double-hull barges were delivered to Tuktoyaktuk. These new barges carry cargo on the deck, and below the deck can carry several types of petroleum products. At the same time, I would like to thank the Government of Canada for providing $19.5 million, or 75% of the costs, through the Oceans Protection Plan. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T will continue to work with the public and private marine partners to strengthen and support marine infrastructure and services in the Northwest Territories for the benefit of all Northerners. Kuyinaini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Infrastructure. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, poverty reduction is an urgent challenge that everyone needs to be aware of. Poverty levels have further increased with COVID-19, which could push more residents into poverty due to an uncertain economy, food insecurity, and the high cost of living. To support residents during the pandemic, the Government of the Northwest Territories took a whole-of-government approach on several fronts. During the month of March, income assistance recipients received a one-time emergency allowance. The N.W.T is also taking action to provide supports and protection for individuals requiring shelter. Shelters are often crowded, which can present a risk to both individuals and staff. The N.W.T is working with shelters to implement supports for physical distancing and isolation for individuals waiting for test results or who receive a diagnosis of COVID-19. To address homelessness and housing stability, the N.W.T provided $600,000 in funding over 4 years to support a Housing First program that rents apartments in Yellowknife to house and support up to 25 individuals who were previously homeless and have concurrent mental health and addictions. The Northern Pathways to Housing is a supportive housing program that supports communities to provide stable housing for single adults and help them in integrating into the community. In recent years, the Northern Pathways to Housing program has provided funding to Aklavik, Fort Simpson, Betchco, and Fort Good Hope to construct or renovate housing for 16 single adults experiencing homelessness. We look forward to more communities coming on board. Mr. Speaker, to successfully reduce poverty, we must work together with our partners to make better use of limited resources. Where there is an overlap of programs and services between organizations, we must have better coordination for residents accessing the supports they need. To accomplish this, the N.W.T hired a Territorial Director of Integrated Service Delivery to guide a whole-of-government approach to enhance service delivery across the N.W.T through a coordinated, person-centered approach. The N.W.T has also increased funding available for the NGO Stabilization Program from $300,000 to $700,000. This funding supports non-governmental organizations who deliver critical N.W.T funded programs or services to the public to stabilize or develop their capacity to manage them. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T recognizes its central role in providing a coordinated approach with Indigenous and community governments, business and industry, and NGOs to take action on reducing poverty in the N.W.T. Last year, Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T released its renewed action plan, Working Together 2, an action plan to reduce poverty in the N.W.T 2019 to 2022. This action plan was developed in collaboration with the N.W.T and its partners and focuses on 5 priority areas: children and family support, healthy living and reaching our potential, safe and affordable housing, sustainable communities, and an integrated continuum of services. The N.W.T has many programs and services in place that advance these priority areas and provide a path out of poverty for residents. They have already helped thousands of Northerners. These include initiatives like the Anti-Poverty Fund, which has an annual budget of $1 million to help eligible organizations and Indigenous governments and communities to support their poverty reduction initiatives. This year, 28 recipients were awarded funding through the 2020 Anti-Poverty Fund. Because of COVID-19, proposals were reviewed by the Anti-Poverty Advisory Committee through a virtual meeting. The committee is comprised of 9 individuals from across the N.W.T. and who represent community governments, Indigenous governments, non-government organizations, the private sector, and the N.W.T. This year's successful proposals aim to reduce poverty by supporting food security, assisting those experiencing homelessness, early childhood development, employment and training, healthy living, supporting traditional knowledge, and on-the-land activities. The Interdepartmental Anti-Poverty Team is currently working to plan a virtual anti-poverty roundtable in order to proceed with the event while still complying with public health orders. The roundtables will be revised and will now focus on a key poverty reduction issue for each event. This year, we will be examining how to best address food security at the community level. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that residents have access to supports they need so that they can live in dignity, are free from poverty, and are active members in their communities. We can achieve this through the coordinated and collaborative effort of all partners. By working together, we can learn more about what's being done in communities and support better futures for our residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am excited to announce that today the Government of the Northwest Territories is releasing the Aurora College Transformation Implementation Plan and the initial areas of teaching and research specialization for the Polytechnic University. These foundational documents, along with input from our residents and partners, will help guide the transformation of Aurora College into a Polytechnic University and beyond over the next 6 years. Later today, I will table the implementation plan, which identifies the critical milestones along the path towards the establishment of an effective and sustainable Polytechnic University, capable of supporting the aspirations of Northerners, diversifying the economy, and contributing to the long-term prosperity of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, maintaining a high level of transparency and accountability is critical to the success of this project, which is why today we are launching a new Aurora College Transformation website. This website enables residents to learn about the transformation, follow the progress being made through various dashboards and tracking tools, and provide feedback. Mr. Speaker, in August, we sought feedback on a discussion paper about the areas of teaching and research specialization for the new Polytechnic University. Feedback from Indigenous government partners, business, industry, post-secondary institutions, non-government organizations, and members of the public has informed these 4 initial areas of specialization, which are skilled trades and technology, earth resources and environmental management, northern health education and community services, and business and leadership. These areas of specialization are not programs or classes. They are broad, overarching themes that will provide the structure and focus required to maintain high-quality programming and operations. Mr. Speaker, the Polytechnic University will be focused on learners, meeting them where they are in their education journey and supporting them through a laddered approach as they work to achieve their own education and career goals. There will be a place for every N.W.T. resident at the Polytechnic University through access to adult basic education, upgrading, certificate, diploma, and degree programs. It will give them improved and expanded access to quality post-secondary education opportunities close to home, as well as the confidence and experience to move on to additional degree and advanced degree programs. None of this can be achieved without also increasing the availability of programming in our small communities. Through a new and innovative approach to community learning, the Polytechnic University will have a clear and meaningful presence in every community in the Northwest Territories. From our smallest communities to our regional centres, new Made in the North programs and research initiatives will increase access to education and research opportunities through a network of learning centres, remote research facilities, and campuses. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all those who have been supporting the work of the transformation, including those who have taken the time to help shape the path forward through engagements. This transformation is one of the most promising ways we are preparing the Northwest Territories and our residents for future prosperity. As the institution emerges from transformation, it will be stronger and more accessible, able to attract a greater number of students from within the N.W.T and beyond, and provide lasting economic benefits to the territory and our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been clear in this House that I oppose the N.W.T Power Corporation using power limiting devices in the winter months, Mr. Speaker. Life is hard and expensive in our small communities, and a lack of heat, life-threatening. People have their power throttled and they don't know when the power will be turned off. This makes it impossible for a family to heat their homes properly and feed and care for their families. After I raised my objections, I was pleased to see Power Corporation responded positively in mid-March. Cabin Radio reported NTPC has promised to disable all power limiting equipment to residents and homes for the duration of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. Mr. Speaker, did I miss something? Has the pandemic ended? Did we get, because NTPC has announced last week, starting November 9th, they'll be starting to use these power limiting devices and starting collections. The timing is off, Mr. Speaker. Right when the cold weather's setting in. This announcement in March was it a public relations stunt because we don't sell too much power in summer months? So the N.W.T, Mr. Speaker, has to step up and stop this inhumane practice of using power limiters. The use of load limiting devices are standard practice in Canadian utilities, they say. I say that it doesn't make it okay. This is the North, a harsh reality, a different climate. And other parts of Canada are a lot warmer than where we're from. It's minus 26 back home right now. That's not including the wind. NTPC has $2 million in overdue accounts. Mr. Speaker, if the government can find $9.3 million to give to Canadian North, an asset for profit business, through this pandemic, we could find $2 million to help our people. The dollars for helping struggling residents in remote communities through winter months made tougher than most the ongoing COVID crisis. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed with a plan to introduce a motion to make load limiters illegal in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the appropriate minister at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumpuy.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to talk. I'd like to talk about healing. Healing. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about my constituents, people that had, our constituents, people in our area, people in my region have talked to me. That's one of the reasons why I am asking about to have a healing. People want to have a healing center so people can talk about healing.
In May, that 3/4 of those 200 Southern referrals returned sober. That sounds like a major success story, but it is not. Mr. Speaker, because sadly, while they might step off the plane sober, they do not remain sober. Because of the failure of the Southern treatment, they fall off the wagon again and again and again. Mr. Speaker, I already spoke about a constituent who received Treatment in the south, returned to the north, received zero aftercare, fell off the wagon, and sadly, Mr. Speaker, was discovered deceased here in Yellowknife this past summer. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you again today to tell this House that my region lost another beautiful soul to addiction over the weekend. And here we are today, Mr. Speaker, still debating whether or not we need a treatment facility here in our territory. This is far too real, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need a northern-based treatment center, one that respects where our people come from, one that respects who we are, one where our languages are part of our working language, a treatment center linked to the land, linked to our culture, linked to our elders. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, our people will continue to backslide when they step off the airplane. Mr. Speaker, Northerners demand an end to this sad state of affairs. Northerners demand healing for Northerners by Northerners in a Northern setting. Northerners want an annual sum of $2 million to be spent here in the North, perfecting, administering our own homegrown programs, developing our own homegrown counseling professionals. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for Minister of Health and Social Service at the appropriate time on this particular very important matter to me, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumpwee. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The N.W.T. regularly has one of the highest GDPs per capita in Canada, and we would regularly be in the top 10 in the world. And no doubt that impressive figure has helped many of our residents get ahead, and it has helped this government fund many life-saving services. However, sadly, with many of our diamond mines facing closure and the economic recession of COVID-19, that economic prosperity is likely to diminish. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, there is only so much us politicians can do about that. As Mr. Speaker, the further we head up the economic ladder, the less ability we have as a government to influence. I would love if I had any control over the market price of diamonds. I would raise it through the roof. I would also love if I had an operating surplus of a few $1 billion for infrastructure, but we don't. And that decision requires paying for infrastructure with debt, a debate no doubt we will have many times in this House. But Mr. Speaker, the other side of those large economic debates are the small economic debates. And Mr. Speaker, that is where we do have the ability to influence and localize our economy. It is much easier to ask 100 small businesses to add 1 job each than it is to ask our largest company to add 100 jobs. This is the essence of diversification, Mr. Speaker. It's not just of industries, but it's of increasing overall employers in competition within the N.W.T. This is why, Mr. Speaker, our economic recovery must focus on entrepreneurs and small businesses, which, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, is the overwhelming amount of companies in the N.W.T. The other day, MLA Norton talked about a constituent who makes wood stoves, and he hopes that one day we can build an economy where that constituent could compete with the Amazons of the world. Mr. Norton's comment resonated with me, Mr. Speaker, because that is the goal, and it is an achievable goal. I will gladly pay a few dollars more if I could get my wood stove down the road in Detta. I will pay for that economic security, and I know many others will too. COVID has shown just how brittle our supply lines are, Mr. Speaker. Localized competition and creating redundancy protects us. Resilience must sometimes be prioritized over efficiency. Thomas Friedman, in describing Carlson's law, describes this balance between autocracy and democracy in an organization. Mr. Speaker, I am seeking unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thomas Friedman writes, in a world where so many people now have access to education and cheap tools of innovation, innovation that happens from the bottom up tends to be chaotic but smart. Innovation that happens from the top down tends to be orderly but dumb. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that far too often the GNWT is orderly but dumb. But our entrepreneurs are a prime example of bottom-up innovation. Our economic supports must do more to foster that kind of growth. growth. I will have questions for the Minister of ITI, how we are making sure our economic recovery is chaotic and smart, as opposed to our love of orderly and dumb. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member for Tuna-Day-Welday.
Mr. Speaker, and want to thank the colleague from Yellowknife North for those kind words. And just something to think about, we are a G7 nation and we are still sitting on some of the most resource-rich areas on the planet, and something to think about for our budgets for the springtime and here in the fall time. So, just wanted to mention that. And anyways, I'm going to go back to my member statement here, and I'm going to just follow up with my comments yesterday on housing. And I want to speak a little bit about housing again. Like, I did have quite a few of my constituents yesterday that reached out to me about the various housing issues that they had. And I did notice a common theme, Mr. Speaker. And that theme, Mr. Speaker, is there's a large number of preventative maintenance issues that are popping up in my riding. A lot of these can be easily solved with planned and preventative maintenance. And these are mainly units that are under the care of the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Mr. Speaker, it's starting to get cold out there. The N.W.T. Housing Corporation needs to really make a push and take proactive measures to get ahead of any heating and plumbing issues that may pop up during vulnerable times such as Christmas. And through that, Mr. Speaker, I had a constituent who had a great idea. And that idea was to reach out to the LHOs in the communities and earmark a handful of elders and get their furnaces serviced, oil tanks checked and replaced, and to make sure the plumbing is in order. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are programs out there like the CARE program and the SAFE program, and they are programs, important programs, but at the same time they do require an unnecessary amount of time and red tape to get to just apply for them, let alone wait the long wait times for approvals. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to share that my constituents and I do get irritated when government departments are perceived to be taking knee-jerk responsive action whenever something breaks down. My constituents have voiced that they'd like to see more preventative work done to show that the N.W.T. Housing Corporation care for the people and their assets so they had last and they house those in need for a long time. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll have questions for the Minister of the Housing Corporation at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Tuna-Day-Welday. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure. When I say that word, one's mind often turns to roads and buildings, airports and bridges. But really, infrastructure encompasses so much more than that. It is the pipes that bring you water and carry away your waste. The fiber optic line that allows you to instantly communicate or watch that football game from Europe. The solid waste facility where you take your garbage, or the water treatment plant that provides your community with fresh, clean water to drink. One only needs to look at the budgets associated with the N.W.T's departments to understand the sheer enormity of the Department of Infrastructure and all they do for our people and the territory. During the initial stages of COVID, this was the department that had over 60% of its employees continue on at their work sites while everyone else was sent home. The department that completed the community resupply, despite the challenges of a far from normal year, and ensured that the heat and ventilation stayed on in our buildings. They ferried us around, kept our planes in the air, and patrolled our highways. Yesterday in the Committee of the Whole, we heard a lot about the infrastructure gap in our communities, how our hamlets and towns are in desperate need of funding to build new fire halls and recreation centres, roads and waste facilities. However, what good is building new infrastructure if we're not properly caring for what we already have? Everywhere you go in this territory, the eye is met with crumbling, aging buildings and roads in need of repair, and what appears to be very little money or political will to address this issue. Every year that we fail to provide the funds to upkeep and properly maintain our assets, the cost for repair and replacement will exponentially increase. To allow this to continue is negligent and speaks to poor fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, today I am talking about housing and the need for improvements to be made within the area of client services. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. Housing Corporation is a government agency that administers and oversees all of the territory's housing programs and housing options available to residents of the N.W.T. Based on its structure and function alone, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this agency, the N.W.T. Housing Corp, is a client service-based organization. It is about serving the people of the N.W.T. in the best possible way for all of their housing needs. Mr. Speaker, based on the feedback I am hearing from various constituents, as well as junior housing authority staff, both past and present, I believe that the N.W.T. Housing Corporation is lacking in the area of client services. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about some of the behaviors, actions, and decisions coming from the managerial level within the local housing authorities. Again, my constituents have told me they felt a lack of basic courtesy, respect, and service delivery from management. This is not acceptable. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe there needs to be some changes with how things are done within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. For one, I think there should be a neutral mechanism put in place to deal with housing managers. Secondly, I think the N.W.T. Housing Corporation should consider initiating independent external investigations into some of the complaints. Systemic racism is dealing with vulnerable, often elderly clients, and junior housing staff is not okay. Mr. Speaker, I know the Housing Minister has spoken offering client training for Housing Corporation staff. However, this is not enough. Unfortunately, I do think this training has been effective enough to change much of anything. Staff needs to be told how to act better and more appropriately, and if this does not work, then I think the Minister should create a positive solution to address this. I will ask the questions for the Minister of Housing at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member Statements. Member Statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring up concerns about medical travel. Since being elected, I've had many complaints, not just from my constituents, but other constituents in my region. Mr. Speaker, here are just a couple common concerns. Elders being sent to Inuvik, Yellowknife, or Edmonton from regional or small communities without escorts. This is unacceptable. I consider myself knowledgeable in the medical system, but I too have experienced some anxiety and stress, missed appointments, and even missed a surgery for my own child. When I arrived at the hospital in Edmonton, trying to locate a desk and then get someone to look at my papers that they sent me with. I could not imagine an elder arriving there after the boarding home driver drops them off, as the boarding home is considered their escort. Some of these hospitals are larger than some of our smaller communities. N.W.T. needs to make this change. I have heard from families that their family member went to appointments, returned without knowing what happened, don't know what was said, never asked any questions, and when they tried to help the family member get information, they're told by the health center or hospital it's confidential, can't tell them. This is unacceptable and should not be happening this day and age. They should not have to go to their MLA to raise the issue so they can get escorts. This is an ongoing issue for as long as I can remember, and it's time to do something. Mr. Speaker, another concern is residents being sent to the boarding home in Yellowknife, being placed in the hotel. The constituents that I've heard from have been placed in the hotel. They have no restaurant there, and the food they receive was unacceptable. They're left hungry and no choice, even if they're allergic to the food that's sent. If they are not in the boarding home, then why are they not making arrangements to have them in a hotel with a restaurant and have vouchers to the restaurant for at least 3 meals a day? And may I add that there have also been elders put in these hotels that had no escorts, and this is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that these are mainly Indigenous people in the N.W.T. If they were scheduled for surgery, it would be cancelled because you cannot be put in a hotel and left alone after 24 hours after surgery. So what happens when the boarding home is full when you get here and the room is booked? Nothing. You get sent home and rebooked. Is this the best value for our money and our patients' health? Surgery patients should be given escorts, as the boarding home is not responsible going to help, and they're not going to help them clean their bandage if bleeding or care for them if they become. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude your statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you. Surgery patients should be given escorts, as the boarding home is not responsible or going to help them clean their bandage if bleeding or care for them if they become ill after surgery or even help dress them. They should be given per diems or meal vouchers to be equivalent to G.N.W.T. staff when traveling on medical travel, as all G.N.W.T. staff are put in hotels, given per diems that are set out by the duty travel rates, and at this time, they're $136.80 per day. And if going for surgery, they will get an escort due to the fact that they cannot stay alone in a hotel. Mr. Speaker, medical travel needs to have an audit and looked at how we provide this service to the residents of the Northwest Territories, and I will have questions for the Minister responsible for medical travel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Here's a familiar topic for my member statement today, midwifery. This is the 13th time I've raised it as an MLA. I certainly won't try to summarize the delays and excuses that still leave us far short of the much-promised territorial midwifery program, but I'll try to nail down where we are today and hopefully learn how this essential service will finally be delivered to all Northwest Territories families. Work on creating a full midwifery program began in 2013. Progress was slow and led up to a 2017 Northwest Territories midwifery stakeholder engagement, which identified gaps in midwifery care and devised a territorial midwifery program model. Priorities for action included strengthening the existing midwifery teams in Fort Smith and Hay River, expanding the Hay River midwifery program to provide services in the Decho and South Slave regions, developing a territorial midwifery recruitment and retention plan, and creating a territorial midwifery program based in Yellowknife with the capacity to support regions including Betchaco. 2018 multi-year funding was to initiate the program in 2019-20 and implement it over 3 years. Staffing has been late installed, but a territorial manager was hired in March of this year, and support staffing is underway, although it was apparently delayed by the move to the new Stanton Hospital and COVID. The department says that implementation of the planned Decho service has been delayed by staffing difficulties, and South Slave community consultations have been delayed by the restrictions on community gatherings due to the pandemic. In 2019, the government approved Year 1 funding for 2 new positions at the NTHSSA, the Territorial Manager and the lead for the Territorial Midwifery Program. I'll be watching for approval of subsequent funds in next year's operating budget. In response to my request for an update, the department outlined at least 8 major organizational, policy and recruitment tasks leading us to the promised territorial program. Progress has been slow, Mr. Speaker, far too slow in my opinion, and later today I'll have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services on a definite plan to bring forward the option of midwifery to all families in the Northwest Territories. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, public servants can improve the lives of Northerners if they are empowered to do so. Yellowknifers have told me they experience frustration navigating government departments, especially during high-stress, multi-dimensional life changes. Housing and education, culture and employment's income assistance are the 2 areas causing the most frustration for my constituents. Earlier this year, Justice released the Integrated Case Management Social Review on Investment report. Women were slightly overrepresented at 54% of the program participants, while 78% self-identified as Indigenous. 1 in 4 participants were homeless, 80% unemployed, 89% had housing needs, and 83% required help with income assistance. The most common challenges clients faced were mental health, violence, food insecurity, homelessness, and poverty. The ICM social review found that common barriers to services in the N.W.T. included cumbersome program requirements, late payments from income assistance, lack of person-centered approach, lack of communication among service providers, lost or missing documentation, delays in response from frontline workers, and service gaps. At the end of the day, much of the success of the ICM program can be traced to a public servant's ability to refer clients to the right programs with respect, fair access, and a client-centered or trauma-informed practice. Mr. Speaker, government must always strive to improve its service delivery. Making the ICM program available in every community is one way to do this, but more needs to be done. Frontline staff must be empowered to do their jobs well. They must have processes for dealing with clients that need to cross departmental boundaries. They must be trained in a corporate culture of help, respect, and facilitation for clients rather than as gatekeepers. This changed approach in customer service also has a direct impact on our bottom line. One Canadian study found that malnutrition costs the healthcare system an additional 16 to 76% per year per person. Based on this estimate, food insecurity in the Northwest Territories could increase healthcare costs from $2,080 to $9,880 per person per year. Ensuring that public servants administering housing and income security programs are empowered to work together is imperative to our health and fiscal success. The N.W.T. has a long history of government acting as the gatekeeper for access to information, programs, and services. I believe that my colleagues on Cabinet want change in the system as much as I do, Mr. Speaker. But to achieve this, Cabinet must ensure employees are empowered to apply discretion in their jobs, that the correct processes are in place, and that the public service knows its top responsibility is to provide service to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I brought up using of limiters. NTPC with $2 million in overdue accounts across the territory. What's the financial situation in NTPC, and the public has the right to know that so it's concerning for me, Power Corporation as financial institution. The financial situation must aggressively try to collect while we're in a pandemic. Why, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure I would characterize NTPC collection activities in the light of the COVID pandemic as aggressive. We are encouraging customers to enter into repayment plans to get their accounts back in order. If they honor their plan, they will not be charged interest, nor will they have limiters installed. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is accounts receivable owed to NTPC by our customers are up almost 450% since we temporarily suspended collection activities in March. If we let clients' debts continue to accumulate, we are setting our residents up for failure and hardship down the road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know this minister has received this portfolio. I'm wondering why we'd make a statement, the Power Corporation make a statement in mid-March saying that they would not use limiters during this pandemic. And why is that happening now? You're saying one thing and doing the other. Why is the government doing that, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated before, we will continue to use limiters as a way of ensuring that clients do not get too much into debt and do not have their house ruined if the power gets shut off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, is this government prepared to stop the use of using limiters? That's a more southern concept of cutting people off, I guess, or putting load limiters on. You know, in the winter time up north, you're trying to cook, you're on for 10 minutes and you're off for 10, and that's not right. Mr. Speaker, is the minister willing to stop using limiters? Can I get her to commit to that as through the Power Corporation during the winter months? Summer months, put them on. During the winter, from now until April, could they stop that, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated before, customers with arrears can enter into a plan, and as a result of that, they will not be charged any interest. We will not shut off. We will not put limiters on their homes. I don't like the use of limiters, but just allowing a debt to increase to a point where customers have no chance at all for repayment ends up getting their power cut off for good just doesn't make any sense. Limiters protect the person's house and provide just enough power to run the furnace and rotate use of other appliances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to remind the minister that we're in a pandemic. We have no jobs. People are living off income support, making the decisions either to buy food or pay your power or pay your rent. So this government, this minister could make this decision right now and make it easier on everybody in the territory to stop using limiters from November to April. If not, I'll bring a motion in the House, Mr. Speaker, to make the limiters illegal in the territory. Would this minister commit that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are programs that are in place within the N.W.T. for residents that require or need assistance in meeting their financial obligations. For example, Education, Culture, and Employment has the income support program and the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation can provide one-time payment or assistance through some of their homeless assistance fund. We're also going to, through a review and approval process right now on potential models that we'll be scheduling meeting with the committee when we're ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to aftercare, addiction, and so forth for the past couple of weeks now. Mr. Speaker, in my statement, as you know, it's been a very sensitive, a delicate matter now, dealing with this in my region. Just lost a young individual who has 6 kids due to what we're faced with today, and that's a lack of treatment or aftercare program here in the north. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask Minister of Health and Social Service about their actual numbers, people that have been sent south. Mr. Speaker, how many of the 200 people sent south for treatment never finished that treatment? How many are unable to last 28 days in a foreign environment, separate from their family and community? Mr. Speaker, Massey.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by expressing my condolences to the family who lost their person to addictions. It happens, as the member says, too often, and with heartbreaking results. I have some numbers here to share with the member based on his question. So for the most recent year, which is the year we're in now, where capacity has been very reduced because of the pandemic, people choosing not to go south and limited capacity within the centres. A total of 50 people have been approved to go south. 20 people have completed the program. 3 people also completed the extension or extended care portion of the program. 14 of these people are still in treatment today. 10 people left without completing the program, and 6 people were approved to attend but chose not to. That's for this year, and if the member would like information going back to the 2014-15 year, I can provide that to him as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I would like those actual numbers, probably for the last 5 years, so we can compare what's truly happening in our southern institutions versus the north. Mr. Speaker, just moving on to my next question pertaining to the whole COVID-19 that we're faced with. Mr. Speaker, the government sends people to southern institutions such as Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario for sometimes up to 6 weeks for treatment, exposing them to greater risk of contacting COVID-19 cases, then risk bringing them back to the Northwest Territories to go into 2-week self-isolation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask Minister, how can that be less expensive than offering treatment here in the Northwest Territories, avoiding those high risk and paying high cost of hotel bills in the Northwest Territories? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's worth remembering always that a decision to go into treatment is a voluntary decision, and so people may feel that they're ready at one point and then later feel that they, in fact, are not ready. I know that with respect to COVID, I've heard from medical patients, they're somewhat reluctant to go south to the Alberta hospitals, for example, because there have been hospital-based outbreaks and there is a perception of an increased risk. So I wouldn't be at all surprised that that's the case with people who are looking at treatment programs. I would also say, and the members heard me say this before, there are lots of options here. Southern-based treatment is just one of them. There are other ways to engage in sobriety without going to a treatment centre within the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Minister talks about lots of options here in the Northwest Territories. And I wish we had one of those options as a treatment centre here in the Northwest Territories for people to choose whether to go to a southern institution or here in the north so they can be close to their family and so they can avoid contacting COVID-19 in southern institutions. Mr. Speaker, just leading on to my next question for Minister is, we know our people better than any southern treatment centers. Let's dedicate the necessary resources and together, let's build a place of healing for and by Northerners. A treatment center that understands the residential school abuse and substance abuse. Let us set the national standards for Aboriginal healing here in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, would the Minister at least commit to studying the feasibility of a northern-based, whether it be treatment center or aftercare program, would she give that thought for the whole Northwest Territories as the demand is increasing on a daily basis? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's any guarantee that a building will make someone well. It's a place where they may access services that are helpful, but the building itself has no magic related to it. And I'll give you as an example the Arctic Indigenous Wellness Foundation that operates here in Yellowknife out of McPherson tents with wood stoves in them. And I know quite a number of people who are regular visitors there. They find counseling, they find companionship, there's a warm place to be, there's food and coffee, and it has been proven very beneficial for those people. Now, that may not be helpful to someone who has to drive in from Betchico, but it's an example of an out-of-the-building type of thinking about healing, so that healing can take place with whatever it is the community wants it to be. I've talked at length about this, and I encourage the member to consider the options that are available and how his Indigenous government can access them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumphy.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I, for one, I'm all for on-the-land program. When I was the Justice Minister, we pushed for that as a on-the-land program in South 2 region. Has been very successful at that time. And so Minister alluded to the funding that's available to Aboriginal groups or Northwest Territories. The 1.8 million can only stretch so much. 5 regions, it's approximately 360,000 if all access it. 360,000, Mr. Speaker, for Nunavut region. Like that's peanuts. That's very low funding compared to a major center. So, Mr. Speaker, would the minister seriously consider increasing the funding, because it is badly needed across the Northwest Territories. And I'm not sure when was the last increase, but the 1.8 versus the over $2 million we're sending people south. This is an area that obviously needs some enhancements. If I can get commitment from Minister, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question is that the On the Land Healing Fund was increased by $700,000 for this fiscal year, and so the total now is $1.8 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health and Social Services. The Department of Health and Social Services medical travel escort criteria policy is a ministerial policy. What does that mean? Does it mean that the minister has the sole power to change it? And if they did, will they add elder to that criteria? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The medical travel escorts are determined by need by the medical practitioner, not by the age of the person who's traveling. So I don't see that we need to change the policy right now, just that an elder by default needs a medical escort. That's really up to the elder to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add to that question then, I know for a fact that I've seen letters of from practitioners be denied because it's not on this criteria list from the ministerial policy. So will the minister look at the policy and adding something in there that would consider elders on there? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The medical travel policies were revised last year at the end of the 18th Assembly, and one of the new features is an appeal mechanism, so that if someone is denied an escort, then it's possible for that person to fill in an appeal form and file that with medical travel and have it considered. So the only hitch to this, though, I get lots of these crossing my desk, is that people need to plan ahead. You know, medical travel people work a regular day. There is an on-call function, but I find I get a lot of last-minute requests. So if the person who requires an escort is denied, there is an appeal mechanism, and good planning will give a quicker result. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm going to just put these other questions because every time she answers, it just brings up another thing. The people are waiting for medical travel to get their travel, and then when they get their travel, they are denied, Mr. Speaker. And so will the minister look at this policy and see, because as a medical travel person, if you get your travel the day before you're going to leave and then you have no escort, that's why it ends up on the MLA's desk or an email to the minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunavut-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to do some work to understand where the gap is here. I know that the medical practitioner is the starting point for requesting an escort, and that goes to medical travel, and the staff there make a determination. It's not up to me to create exceptions. The policy has the exceptions in it, and as I mentioned, there is an appeal mechanism for people who feel it's been applied incorrectly. And I want to add one more thing. There's a confusion that I've seen between the need for a medical escort and the need for compassionate travel. So I have seen medical escort requests where what the request is really for is for family reunification in the event that the family member in hospital is about to pass. So I think there's some clarity that's needed here, and I can certainly work on my end of that, and I look forward to working with the member on her end. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to working with the Minister on this because I have a lot more to add than these 4 questions. But the other question I do have, since it's a final one, is with the issue that I also brought up in my member statement is the hotel. So medical travel, we send people through to the boarding homes here in Yellowknife and in Edmonton. Lately, more than I can count, lately they've been going into the hotel and the hotel downtown where there's no restaurant. And so they're getting delivered meals, and the meals are, you know, any of us, I'm sorry, but we get a lot better meals, you know, here than our medical travel patients, and I'm going to say that because it's unfair. It's unfair to our medical travel people that are staying there. So we need to look at what's happening there, and we need to either give them a hotel that has a restaurant with vouchers or give them per diem. So will the Minister commit to looking into what is going on there? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do make a commitment to look into what's going on with the meals. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Infrastructure. In my statement, I was discussing maintenance costs and how the lack thereof performing maintenance can actually increase things down the line. Could the Minister please tell me what the total value of deferred maintenance costs are currently on our aging existing infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deferred maintenance program is an essential part of the government strategy to effectively manage our infrastructure. The deferred maintenance has a budget of $5 million a year. The deferred maintenance backlog, I think that's where the member's coming from, on our aging assets is assessed at $465,728,561. And members, you'll hear more about it tonight in Committee of Whole. It is an estimate that it's about $11 million that is crucial, which could include safety upgrades, code upgrades, systems that are beyond its useful life, issues that cause a lot of functionality in our facilities. The annual facility condition assessments help us to prioritize deferred maintenance spending, to identify and undertake remedial work to ensure that our buildings continue to be safe for occupancy and to maximize the useful life of these assets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a very staggering number to hear. I would encourage the Minister to have her department look into using systems where they can be maintained and operated by Northwest Territories businesses so that some of those costs come down as we do bring people from the South. Earlier in the session, I did ask about funding that the department had committed to addressing needed repairs in the N.W.T to Tuktoyaktuk Highway. The ITH is currently experiencing conditions that could lead to permafrost degradation and safety issues that will only increase exponentially with time. Can the minister please reconfirm the commitment to perform significant rehabilitation work on the ITH this year? Thank you.
Great Slave, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear that the members again interested in some projects in the Beaufort Delta. The department was able to resurface 26 kilometers of the N.W.T Highway this summer, which utilized 15,000 meters squared of aggregate. This was over and above the ongoing maintenance that we have completed by local contractors. The department has also hired a consultant to review the entirety of the N.W.T Highway for any additional capital work that may be required. Infrastructure will also work to secure required funding as a result of that report. Additionally, we are working with Department of ITI to secure funding for some highway pullouts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's all well and good to have a consultant engaged. However, we all know, and I know personally, how long consultants can take to return their reports. I do believe that there needs to be work done this year. I'm hearing what has been done has not been adequate. Given the time sensitivities around permafrost, could I have the minister commit to trying to find some more money for this year to repair more of the ITH? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, absolutely. I know there are federal funding out there, and if infrastructure, we get 2/3 of our funding from federal government. If there are pots of money out there that we can pursue, then there's no reason why the department should be pursuing that to upgrade some of our roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me if in the last 3 months has the government or her department turned down any offers of federal funding for infrastructure, for example, around roads or a treatment centre such as Nunavut has? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware that the Department of Infrastructure has turned down any federal funding. I just mentioned that 2/3 of our funding do come from the federal government, and you know we should be actively pursuing any further federal funding to be able to increase projects in the territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tlabatcha.
Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to succeed and do well with her portfolio. My hope is that the minister will hear my critiques and work with the Northwest Territories Housing Corp to improve its client services at the Fort Smith Housing Authority. We are still in a pandemic. Threats, last chance letters, and eviction notices must stop. My constituents who are reliant on public housing must be treated fairly and with respect. Does the minister agree? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tlabatcha. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Client service is a priority of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. I appreciate the member bringing this forward. It's an ongoing situation that I am dealing with at the local housing authority level. We have had the opportunity for employees to take part in client service training. I do see that there is a significant need for this, and my apologies to the member that she is experiencing these bad client services within her riding. And I will be working with my department, and also will be working very strongly with the LHO in Fort Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tlabatcha.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister acknowledge that systemic racism does occur within the N.W.T Housing Corporation and that it must be addressed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very dismayed to hear that about systemic racism happening within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation and with our frontline staff at the local housing authority. I'm going to be working very strongly with my department, and this is something that is absolutely not acceptable within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir, oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell us what the current Northwest Territories Housing Corporation protocol is in dealing with client complaints about management at local housing authorities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation does have our frontline staff, the local housing authorities, and they are frontline workers at the community level. For complaints coming forward, for them to be addressing them at that level, and for the board to review those complaints. At this moment and at this time, I would direct my headquarters staff to be dealing directly with the local housing authorities. And now it's come to the minister's level, and it's going to be addressed significantly. And this is something that I'm not going to pass by very lightly. This is client services number one. It's a priority within my portfolio, and what I'd like to display is strong client service and leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to see the minister says she will do X, Y, and Z, but it means nothing if there's no follow-up by the minister to ensure these things get done right. Will the minister commit to doing regular follow-ups with her department to ensure her instructions are being properly followed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, the concern for client service within the local housing authorities will be addressed. I will have a follow-up with the member as well, dealing specifically with her riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and I'm wondering what areas of income assistance the Minister will focus on as part of the income assistance review. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Identifying the areas that we're going to focus on is actually part of the review. I think that as an MLA, I've dealt with income assistance issues over the years, as have all MLAs, I assume. And so I know there are some certain areas that I would like to deal with. We're also undertaking a client survey, so we can go talk to the actual clients who receive income assistance and see what they think the issues are. We're talking to the frontline staff, and we're using feedback from the integrated case management report. So there's a number of areas that are yet to be identified, but I think that if I was pressed, I'm sure I could name off a handful, and I'm sure we all could. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister lightly touched on it, and I touched on some of the common barriers that were brought up in the ICM report in my member statement, and I'd like the Minister to hopefully confirm that yes, all of the common barriers identified in the ICM report will be part of the review of the income assistance program. Some of those, for example, are cumbersome program requirements, late payments, and lack of person-centered approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Confirmed.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, given that 70% of ICM clients have housing-related challenges, 1 out of 4 is already homeless, and 80% showed up at ICM already unemployed, how could income security and housing frontline staff work together to provide a more coordinated wraparound service at this time? Thank you.
Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is referencing the clientele of integrated case management. And, there's been a limited number, I would say, over the past few years of clients to that program. That's because those are clients who are facing a number of barriers. And those barriers interact with a number of different departments. and that's how they get access to that program. And that program has shown us that sometimes these people, the clients in these programs, just need a little bit of assistance in certain areas. Sometimes they need someone to go to the bank with them and help them talk to the teller, and just give them that confidence to say, okay, this is how this interaction should go. And you know, there's those types of things that need to happen. And in terms of the collaboration between departments, sometimes we need some G&W employees to look at these programs that the clients are accessing and look at it from the client's perspective and say, okay, how can we how can we ensure that these programs are more streamlined given what I'm seeing my clients struggling with? So what the member's talking about, integrated case management, is specific to Yellowknife right now. And you know, perhaps that model only works for Yellowknife, but the fact is that that type of integrated service delivery really needs to be rolled out across the territory. Maybe integrated case management isn't what's needed in communities, but frontline staff working together, working across departments under common policies that were developed by collaboration of departments is what's needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, is a collaboration between departments so that we can provide better service to Northerners, so that they're not having to go to different departments and really search out what programs might be available to them, because a lot of people have enough struggles and struggling through our departments, or G&W.T departments, my apologies, should not be one of them. So I guess another way of looking at this is, what is senior management doing today in order to change the corporate culture from a gatekeeping one within the G&W.T to one where service to the public is a top priority? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the senior management of the G&W.T really take their lead from the Executive Council of the G&W.T. And I know that myself and my colleagues are all committed to ensuring that we have the best client service possible. We just heard the Minister of Housing say the same thing. And in that vein, the deputy ministers of the social envelope departments, finance, ECE, housing, have all signed an MOU that states that they are going to work together to promote the principles of person-centered, community-driven delivery, and that they are going to be responsible for this, and that they're going to have to answer for this. And that is being coordinated by Justice as the lead on the integrated service delivery model. And when I say integrated service delivery, I'm looking at, perhaps we can even change that name, because that name even has a government focus on it. The government is integrating its services, but as far as the client's concerned, they're getting services from the government. They don't care, they don't know if they're integrated, they don't know which silo these services come from. So the senior management is actively working to come up with ways to work together, right from the point of developing legislation, right down to the service delivery, and working together with a focus on the best way to serve the client. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services have detailed a number of delays hobbling the effort to get the long-promised territorial midwifery program in place. Common thread appears to be, in all of these delays, difficulty in staff recruitment. Can the Minister tell us when a recruitment and retention strategy for midwifery will finally be completed? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that strategy will be complete in the spring of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I look forward to seeing that document. The update that was supplied to me in August said, quote, territorial leadership positions will undertake policy and guideline development and will develop data collection and reporting mechanisms consistent with the approved monitoring and evaluation framework, end of quote. It's hard to believe we've been running a program for more than 5 years without data reporting, collection, monitoring, or evaluation. Can the Minister tell us when the required policy and guideline development is going to be completed? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the policy and guideline development is an ongoing process. It doesn't impede the development of the territorial midwifery program, so they are developing together. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm still kind of baffled at how we can have a program that's developing without data. But further element that's being worked on, of course, is staffing. Territorial managers now hired. They're going to work with regional authorities. Again, a basic building block that we need to have in place is things like credentialing, performance review, response to complaints. Can the minister tell us when this work will be completed on setting procedures for proper qualifications for midwifery staff, their performance, and a complaint procedure? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the new territorial midwifery manager is working on all of these things. There is a standard job description for all registered midwives that is part of the regulatory framework that's already been established, and further that the health authority, the NTHSSA bylaws, have a process for reviewing performance of professional staff, and this is the same process that would be used for midwives as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. So, of course, no aspect of government service delivery is free of the shadow of COVID, particularly health service delivery. We know midwifery consultation in the South Slave Decho is on hold pending COVID. Can the Minister briefly summarize what impacts COVID has had on midwifery implementation, and when we will finally have a full territorial midwifery program? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. An example of the impact of COVID on this program is that when the territorial manager of midwifery arrived in the territory in March, right at the outset of the pandemic, rather than being asked to sit and write policy, she was redeployed to support clinical care to postpartum and newborn clients at Stanton Hospital and in the community. So that I don't think is any longer in place. I think she's back to her regular job at this point, but that was an example of where things are at. As the member is aware, the midwifery expansion project did not receive funding in the 2021 budget year, and there is no request for funding in the next budget year. This is a question of competing priorities. The department has a number of initiatives through the mandate to complete, and this kind of new initiative money has been allocated to the child and youth counsellor positions and to the children and family services needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I spoke about the importance of supporting our entrepreneurs, and one of the best ways we do that presently is through our SEED program through ITI. My question for the Minister responsible for ITI is, can we top up the SEED program funding this year to make sure that no applications are denied, and this can be central to our economic recovery? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that the staff who will be administering the SEED program are both orderly and smart in the way that they will be administering that program. And we appreciate the work that they do every day. Mr. Speaker, right now the budget for SEED is $3.8 million, and it's been that way for a great many years. Fortunately, as part of the COVID response, we were able to increase this budget up to $4 million through internal reallocations. And as of right now, Mr. Speaker, we're actually projecting that that will hit $4.3 million in terms of the total applications being sought, and every effort is going to be made indeed to achieve funding all of those applications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the minister is working to find that top up internally. So we're hearing this year that there's $4.3 million in demand for seed applications. I can only imagine this demand will continue next year, and really making sure our entrepreneurs can find that capital in these tough times, I think, essential to our recovery. Is the minister willing to increase the seed funding in the next year's operations budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, increasing the funding on a permanent basis is something that has to go through a business planning process and an analysis to determine if, in fact, that is the best way to spend public dollars. Certainly, there's a suite of programs right now that support entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized businesses, including not only the SEED program, but programs spread across ITI as well as the BDIC. So part of what I will say that I want to ensure we do is make sure that we are adequately funding those programs in a way that they become complementary and that they fill gaps one from the next. But that takes something more than just looking at the one program alone. But I do say that we are doing that work, and indeed there is a review happening this fall of the SEED program itself to help along the way to ensure that there are no gaps and to ensure, as I say, that we are funding our small and medium-sized businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our pandemic response, a number of SEED COVID-19 guidelines were released, and I want to thank the department for that work. They said we were going to be flexible, we were going to be quick and adaptive. I think they were great guidelines. But underlying this was still the SEED application policy, which has a market disruption clause saying essentially we will not fund businesses if they will disrupt the market. And in my experience, there's been no consistency in application of this, and I don't really think it's the goal. By not disrupting the market, we're not increasing competition and we're encouraging monopoly. Is the minister willing to get rid of the market disruption clause from SEED applications? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the market disruption clause certainly has been the subject of some discussion. What I will certainly commit to is saying that in the course of the review that we are doing internally of the SEED program, that a careful examination of the market disruption clause needs to happen. Certainly, what I've heard from some of the larger centres is that there's a greater desire to get rid of it, but yet from the smaller centres, there's some desire to hang on to it. So it may be that we need to find a not one-size-fits-all solution to that clause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear the minister willing to commit to reviewing this. In my experience, I'm confused what this clause does, because we fund plenty of tourism businesses through SEED, and to me, every time we fund one, they're disrupting the market in comparison to their competitors. I helped one of my constituent fishermen get SEED funding, and then another complained that they didn't get a government subsidy, so I had to go help them. It seems every time we give government grants, we are disrupting the market. And to me, that's the goal. So is the minister willing to just accept that during COVID-19, when we're being more flexible and we're trying to get SEED dollars out the door, that market disruption is not apply? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did want to acknowledge that the member had expressed the fact and outlined the fact that the program has been adapted to COVID-19 and that adaptation happened quickly on the part of ITI. I would note that for the purposes of COVID-19 right now, the SEED program has shifted rather substantially, and that for this year they have waived the market disruption clause and indeed reshifted the focus of a lot of the SEED funding so that small and medium-sized businesses can apply under a fairly different set of policies, given the fact that the markets themselves are quite disrupted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, just recently the weather has been changing and we are into the winter season. There's a lot of concern coming from my communities, especially the elders. It's regarding their furnace and if it shuts down or breaks down, or the sewage line. So they have concerns regarding that. I want to ask Housing Minister a question. in Bichacon, Wati, Gamati, Wikwiti, if any of their furnaces or running water breaks down, what do they do? Who can they ask help for? Masi.
Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the members' comments that, with seniors housing is a priority for the Housing Corporation. We have approximately 348 seniors that are occupying our units presently, but that doesn't include the private homeowners as well throughout the territory. We do have a number of programming that is available. Right now we are under review of making those programs more accessible. The member had asked about his riding as well and looking at the furnaces and how are we going to be able to work with that, and if there's freeze-ups of the sewer lines. Right now we are working with the Indigenous groups to look at a community initiative project and a community initiative funding plan that the community would be able to provide that service on behalf of the Housing Corporation. And should this service not be available locally, we will be looking at hiring outside of the members' riding in order to provide those services. But the priority of the Housing Corporation is that I would like to work more closely with the Indigenous groups and having them to provide those services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, when we take a look at our elders in the communities, they've worked a long life, and we're trying to give them a comfortable home. So we should make sure that they are taken care of. Mr. Speaker.
Speaking on behalf of the elders of the communities, even throughout the Northwest Territories, Minister alluded to where private homeowners are not eligible. And, when we provide services such as for a furnace breaks down or plumbing, -40, -50, it's very critical that we assist those individuals. Policy or paper shouldn't be in front of us. We should send people out there right away and deal with the paperwork after. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know when can we start including these elders that own their own homes, and there's quite a few of them, and they're still begging us to have a dedicated person in the community that they can pick up a phone, speak Clinchon to, and then that person can be there, Mr. Speaker. When? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies to the member that the Housing Corporation does have seniors programming that do deal with emergency repairs and emergencies such as this. For the members riding, the Housing Corporation does provide that service from Yellowknife. We do have people that travel into the community to deal with those emergency services to make sure that adequate care is being kept for private homeowners. I've already had said that we are looking at the application process. I know it's quite lengthy, and language barriers are an issue as well too, and we need to start looking at how we're going to be able to better communicate with the Indigenous groups with their using their language within that respected riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfwee.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the N.W.T, his community is -26 today. And that is coming to our region too. And it's a very real issue. And obviously I'd like to see this expedited. And what I'm stating here is coming directly from my elders, calling me, speaking to me in my Clinchon language just the other day. And that they don't want to go through this process again with -40 and -50 next couple months. So I highly encourage the minister to expedite this process, and I'm hoping that we can see before. I'm hoping before next month, at least. Would that be possible for the minister's department to pursue that, Mr. Speaker? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The programming already exists. I will follow up with the member to identify the individuals so we could provide the programming and also provide the assistance in what level of programming the client may need to acquire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm referring to is a dedicated person in a community that some elders can call directly, because those elders will know that specific individual. We don't have that right now. We have somebody possibly coming from Yellowknife. And who do they call? Local housing authority. And sometimes there's a runaround. And at times, a family member would have to come and possibly service a furnace. Uncertified, what if something happens? Are we waiting until something happens here, Mr. Speaker? So it's very critical that this policy changes that Minister is referring to, if that can be expedited, so we can have a dedicated person to deal with the furnace and plumbing breakdowns in the community for elders that own their own homes. Mr. Speaker, merci.
Thank you, member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the member's comments, and the local housing authority does act on behalf of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. They are our front line. So when we do have housing issues, I would like the clients to be contacting the local housing authority, so we would have information on how we are going to conduct and what kind of programming we are going to be offering. Also, I just wanted to elaborate on the dedicated person to be located and to be identified at the community level. Trades and apprentice is something that we are struggling with right now and trying to find that certification at the local community level, and also the programming that is offered to keep the certification current. But it does not stop the Housing Corporation from providing the service. So right now, I would just to inform the member that we are working with the dedicated person that should be available at the local community level. We do have maintenance workers, but I do understand there's a stronger need for this service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI because I know she really likes policy and procedure. So, Mr. Speaker, ITI's seed policy describes market disruption as circumstances when, in the opinion of the regional superintendent, the granting of a contribution will likely adversely and significantly impact the revenue earned by another business within the region. This definition, plus the duties of a regional superintendent under Section 7(4)(c), make it clear that the authority to determine market disruption falls to ITI's regional superintendents and that this authority is discretionary. So what I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, is will the Minister instruct her senior management team in ITI not to apply the market disruption clause for the existing N.W.T businesses seeking seed funding for the 2021 fiscal year so that N.W.T entrepreneurs can creatively evolve and expand their businesses in response to COVID-19? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought I'd have an easy answer there, and then I heard 2021, and I'm not able to make that commitment on the floor right now. As I've said, for the moment, when the seed policy had been retooled to accommodate and to respond to COVID-19, that the market disruption clause has been waived for the current fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that we are going to be looking at that, given where we're at and that the pandemic continues to be ongoing and, in fact, continues to be fairly disruptive in the southern regions. So I will certainly commit to making a commitment, or sorry, certainly commit to looking at that and see if we can extend the existing change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister then confirm for me that no seed applications have been denied this fiscal year due to market disruption? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that that is the intention. I don't have the numbers in front of me, and so I will make sure and get that confirmation and share it with the member. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister does find an application within their files that has been denied because of market disruption, will the Minister have her senior management team specifically look at that application, reevaluate it against their intentions for the seat application for this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can definitely commit that if there is such an application that was denied on the basis of market disruption after such time as that announcement was made, that we will be looking at it again and ensure that it does meet the intentions as they've been stated and retooled to meet the COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am satisfied with the Minister's response.
Ooh. Thank you. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have questions again for the Minister of Health and Social Services as to what happened this week with the mix-up with the case in Inuvik. I know that the Chief Public Health Officer had a media. We heard from she updated, and I've read the newspaper, but you know, I still have constituents asking me, how did this happen? And with the earlier announcement that the person that was the first contact or the first positive in my community of Inuvik, and then that they had no contacts, and then now we say the next case that we have was a contact of the first case. So what happened in this case? Could the minister explain? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just start by saying that the CPHO is an independent office within Health and Social Services, so I don't have any information that hasn't already been made public about what happened. There was a communications breakdown that led to the announcement of a positive test. When it wasn't positive, it was presumptive and has since been confirmed as positive. My understanding is that the first case news release talked about contacts for the travel case, and the second case news release was a household contact of that original travel case. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister. Yeah, I guess the thing that it came about, you know, I had a lot of calls, I had a lot of, and I had some discussions with the minister as well that day. It's just the way that the first announcement came out with the first case. It just kind of didn't add up, and so a lot of members were very, very concerned that we weren't getting the truth out of the first case, and so that there was that's what my question was, is why was that not, knowing that there was a household and a family isolated, or why did it not come out that they were not alone, you know, or they were with other family members?
Thank you, Member for N.W.T Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that there's a lot of anxiety and fear about the prospect of COVID being diagnosed in our communities, and Inuvik is no different in this case. Mr. Speaker, people who are tested for COVID are entitled to their privacy, and so identifying information and additional information is very tightly controlled by the CPHO. So there's no reason that she would feel obliged to enumerate who else lives in the house with the infected person unless that person was also infected. So when that person did test as infected, then it turned out that they did live in the same house. But there's no obligation to provide a complete breakdown of the family circumstances for each positive test. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess what I'm saying is when we had the first case, it was a family that arrived back, and it said one member tested positive, the rest are home isolating. I think that was the concern after hearing what happened in Yellowknife. And so my next question is the department looking at their policies on travelers coming into the territory and isolating at home with other family members, so that way family members know exactly what they need to be doing at home and what they should and shouldn't be doing, so that way the public also can feel a little bit of security that they're not out in the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware that the member is a nurse and very knowledgeable as a result about how infectious COVID is. People are given advice about isolating at home, about having separate bathrooms, separate bedrooms, about good cleaning practices, good hand hygiene, wearing masks, and so on. But there is nobody there checking up on them to make sure that all of that is being done. This is something that happens in the privacy of a person's home. So we do recognize that there has been some household spread in this particular case. I am really interested to see what the CPHO comes up with in her revised orders to address this issue. And, you know, maybe it turns out that it's not possible to isolate at home. People will have to isolate in regional hubs because the infectiousness risk is so great that it doesn't make sense if people are all in the same house, especially if the house is limited in size and has a lot of people in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Member for Trinidad-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, this goes back to a previous member statement I had on procurement. And Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment on the issue of procurement from Indigenous-owned and operated businesses. 1. For the 2019-2020 fiscal year, what percentage of capital expenditures were spent with Indigenous-owned and operated businesses? 2. What steps has the government of the Northwest Territories taken to identify and remove barriers for Indigenous businesses to participate in the modern economy? And 3. What incentives or programs does the government of the Northwest Territories have in place to provide for the purchase of goods and services from Indigenous-owned and operated businesses? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Welde. Written questions. Returns for written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents: Aurora College Transformation Implementation Plan, October 2020, and 2019-2020 Annual Report on Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following documents. Follow-up letters for oral questions 356-19, bracket 2, 911 actual operation costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the terms of reference for the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Tabling of documents. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table the four press releases. Cabin Radio, N.W.T. Power Corporation resume collection of use of limiters. The news release from the N.W.T. PC to collection activities. Northwest Territories Power Corporation stop using limiters during pandemic. And the Power Corporation story from CBC on throttling the winter people who can't pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Monday, November 2nd, 2020, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that pursuant to Rule 92, Sub 1, the Legislative Assembly hereby establish a special committee on reconciliation and Indigenous affairs, and further, that the following member be named to the special committee. Mrs. Lisa Semler, member for N.W.T Twin Lakes. Mr. Steve Norn, the member for Tunaday-Welladay. Mr. Ryland Johnson, the member for Yellowknife North. The Honourable R.J. Simpson, member for Hay River North, and the Honourable Caroline Wozniak, member for Yellowknife South. And furthermore, that the Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs is an ex officio non-voting member of that committee. And furthermore, that the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs be established by the terms of reference identified as Table Document 211-19 Sub 2. And furthermore, that the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs table its final report no later than the first day of the final sitting of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Monday, November 2nd, 2020, I will move that Bill 17, an act to amend the Corrections Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Monday, November 2nd, 2020, I will move that Bill 18, an act to amend the Legal Profession Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Monday, November 2nd, 2020, I will move that Bill 19, an act to amend the Student Financial Assistance Act, be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for N.W.T Lake, that Bill 15, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2020 be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Bill 15 has had first reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for N.W.T Lake, that Bill 12, an act to amend the Apprenticeship, Trade and Occupation Certification Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Apprenticeship, Trade and Occupation Certification Act to expand the types of certificates that the Minister may issue under the Act. The amendment does this by allowing the Minister to issue certificates prescribed by regulation. The bill also removes the requirement for certificate application forms to be prescribed, instead allowing applications to be in the form directed by the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 12 has been referred to Committee of Social Development. Thank you. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for N.W.T Lake, that Bill 13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Interpretation Act to remove references to Mountain Standard Time and Daylight Savings Time and replace them with a reference to Standard Time, which will be the applicable time all year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the principle of the bill. Member for Frame Lake.
Monsieur le Président, I am concerned about the way this bill has been drafted, that it gives total discretion to my colleagues in Cabinet to decide to do away with daylight standard time. I think that this is not a decision that should be left with Cabinet alone, that it is something that should require some level of public engagement and certainly consultation with the rest of the House. It should not be a decision that rests solely with Cabinet. So I am opposed to this bill in principle. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 13 has had second reading and is deferred to Committee of Social Development. Second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Nuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 14, enacted to amend the Securities Act, be read for the second time. The bill amends the Securities Act to provide a framework for the designation and regulation of benchmarks and benchmark administrators. The amendments are consistent with amendments across Canada and are based on recommended amendments from the Canadian Securities Administrators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Bill 14 has had second reading and is deferred to Social Development Committee. Thank you. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Committee Report 4-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 5-19 brackets 2, Member Statement 77-19 brackets 2, Table Document 165-19 brackets 2, Government of the Northwest Territories, Table Document 166-19 brackets 2, Table Document 167-19 brackets 2, Table Document 181-19 brackets 2, with Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
I'll call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Merci, Madam Chair. Committee wishes to deal with Table Document 181-19 Bracket 2, Capital Estimates 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure. Merci, Madam Chair.
Committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a short break and resume with the first item. Committee, we have agreed to resume consideration of table document 181-19-2 capital estimates 2020-2021, or 2021-2022, sorry, with the Department of Infrastructure. Does the Minister of Infrastructure wish to bring any witnesses?
Madam Chair,
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses to the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witnesses?
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have with me Steve Ludit, who's my Acting Deputy Minister for Infrastructure. And I also have David Moore, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Asset Management with Department of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Minister, and welcome. Does committee agree to forego general comment? The committee has agreed to forego general comments. So has the committee agree that we will proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental totals and refer to the estimates by activity, beginning with asset management on page 41, with information items on page 42 and 43. Are there comments or questions to the asset management? Member for Deschaux.
Bless you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I note that with the department that when they are shutting down a building or because a new one has been built, this goes to a lot of the older buildings. When they're going in shutdown mode, because other groups, maybe there's groups in the communities that are interested in those buildings, could be any building in any community, why the department doesn't conduct HBMA, like a hazardous building materials assessment, so that they already have it on hand, and that is valuable information for anybody that's going to take over an asset, so they know what they're dealing with. If I can just start with that. Masi.
Okay. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get Assistant Deputy Minister David Moore to answer this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Minister. There is a process indefinitely for the disposal of assets. The disposal begins with what's basically a canvassing of N.W.T departments, boards and agencies of the N.W.T to determine if other requirements can be used for that building. And that follows a process of what's called the disposal of improved real property policy. And as part of that process, Madam Chair, there is an assessment done of the facility, and including the member's question about assessment of qualifications and conditions of the facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Deschaux.
I'm not aware of the assessments being available, because I know in my community, Fort Providence, we were wondering about the old health center unit. So, and even in N.W.T, the former treatment center building, because I advised them to get the HBMA assessment and the ESAs 1, 2, and 3 for the building. So it wasn't really readily available to anybody in the communities, and I'm just wondering, even when in their inquiry, why that information is not released to them. Masi.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll get Mr. Moore to answer the question.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Minister. Basically, through the disposal of real property policy, working through the various priorities of the policy, starting with Northwest Territories public corporations, moving on to community governments, nonprofit organizations, and general public. Bids are welcomed from those in that priority sequence, and as bids are received, the information is shared with those parties who submit bids through the process, through the policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, Masi for that. I wanted to touch upon the many older buildings that infrastructure has in stock. I know as a former employee back then, we were in a cost-saving measures at that time, and there was lots of suggestions that you shut down these buildings so that they don't consume power or use up fuel, as they're going to be disposed anyways. I'm wondering if the department is still in that mode or looking at that possibility. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have a disposal of a property policy, and part of the policy is once the building is declared surplus by the client department, the Department of Infrastructure disposes of the building in accordance with the disposal of improved real property policy. And there is a process, Madam Chair, for, in the interest of property from within the N.W.T, infrastructure offers surplus property for the sale to priority interest groups in the following order of preference: N.W.T public corporations and community governments, non-for-profit organization, and the general public. However, there is work that needs to be done before any of these policies are started. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux?
Yeah, I note in some government yards, specifically, I guess I can mention the highways yards. Many of them have old buildings that haven't been decommissioned type of thing, but they're still hanging on to them even though they have new garages built. Because they're not being disposed of, but and many of them are not being used, and they're not being totally shut down. I'm just looking at cost-saving measures here within the department, because we're looking at climate change initiatives, dealing with greenhouse gas emissions. And what I notice in a lot of the yards in the small communities, we don't have a central heating system for the 3 or 4 buildings on the lots. So that's eating up a lot of diesel. Has the department even considered installing maybe a biomass system to feed the cluster in the highways yards? Masi.
Thank you, Member for Deschaux. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to defer this to Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The biomass and actually the capital asset retrofit program is a tremendous opportunity for the N.W.T to reduce our GHGs And through that allocation of $3.8 million a year, we do take that opportunity. And it's been a very successful program, Madam Chair. So looking at all opportunities in the G&W.T for our facilities, we use that program. So this may be an opportunity for that. We'd have to investigate it individually. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Decho.
Strongly, I thank you for that, and going to be looking forward. But I strongly encourage you, as we're always looking for savings to, money for the department and cutting greenhouse gas emissions, because I know in my community there is none, and I look around and I says there's 3 or 4 separate buildings. They're all burning fuel. And a good example, your department looks after schools and everything. And when we did a wood pellet boiler system to the school in Fort Providence, we went from 3,000 liters diesel a month to close to 500. So there's significant savings there. And if you can do that project, it probably Fort Providence one, and then hit all the small communities. I don't think the small communities are even given any consideration for any of these initiatives. Also, I just wanted to touch upon, I know you got a listing here, but I don't see Highway 3 from kilometer 0 to 32. That's the junction at Highway 1 and 3 to the Decho Bridge. That whole highway, I've written it, I don't know how many years, it's a total washboard, that whole stretch. You're just about bouncing off the highway. It's, I don't know what happened there at the beginning, whether, it's a washboard, and then everybody that's driving on it notices that you're bouncing already. So I'm wondering if there's going to be any consideration to upgrade that highway to resurface. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Highway 3 the member is referring to is the Yellowknife Highway, and there's this section between Yellowknife and Betchico that again has maintenance challenges, and for many reasons, due to thawing, disturbances with permafrost, and again results in uneven surfaces. So the department does continue to make investments on that highway, and that address the grade and surface rehab, with priority given to those areas that might have where driver safety might be higher risk. The Department Infrastructure awarded $6.13 million to a multi-year contractor to improve approximately 10 kilometers of the highway. So the project was just completed this summer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is around, you've got a couple projects in here to do with bridges, and then they'll have in brackets like the ICP or the NTCF, which is the funding source. So my question, I'm assuming, is that those are the contributions of the 25% for those funding, and then I guess my question would be, did we actually get money for Frank Channel? Has that ICIP funding come through? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Deke Frank Channel Bridge is, at its close to its end of life of use, and as a result of that, we have transport vehicles that are having to slow down during that part of the bridge, and the department is actively looking for new federal dollars, and we've just as recently as last week resubmitted to get this bridge started, because it is at a risk right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Okay, so the amount of money that would be part of this total then for Frank Channel is the portion, the 25% funds that you expect to have to spend in order to get if you get the successful 75% application, or is this money that you are already allocating now to be spent on, say, maintenance or I can't see it being that, but is this money that you're thinking you're going to have to spend if you get the funding, or is this actual money you're spending now?
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask David Moore to come up with more details. I know we've got a portion of the money, and the federal government is really good at giving us 75-cent quarter dollars, but that's not enough. So we recognize that we need to be actively looking, and the member spoke earlier about whether we're doing that. Yes, we are doing that. In terms of where we're at now, I know we've got this money set aside federally, but we do need to find the other 25-cent dollars for that project. So, Madam Chair, if David wants to add anything to that, I will pass it to you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister is correct. $22.5 million is in our bilateral agreement with Canada to invest in Highway 3. Highways, their work is prioritized. Our teams assess the highway and review it for areas that are the most critical and in priority, and those are where the funds are allocated to. And those federal dollars, Madam Chair, are allocated till 2024 for Highway 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Great Slave?
But I was thinking about the Frank Channel Bridge, so is that? So I'm still confused. Is this money here, the 25-cent dollar, to get the 75 if you are accepted for that funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My next question, I'm going to stay with bridges, is the Great Bear River Bridge. I know that we've had the funding for that for a while, and it is sort of slated to go forward as is. However, I know there's been significant delays on that project, and I actually have a lot of inquiries from constituents and residents as to where it's at. Maybe you could provide maybe the Minister could provide me with some understanding around the funding in this year, what is this being used for, and are we on track with where we were at, say, a couple years ago? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Mackenzie Valley Highway funding includes the construction of the Great Bear River Bridge, which will be processed again through a competitive process, but that's not what the member's asking. The member's asking where we're at in terms of timelines, and as I was going through some of my briefings, there is quite a lengthy process in order to get projects going. Right now, we're still in the environmental assessment stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, does that mean then that if there are time delays on this project? I know that. So with those time delays, will that cause us to have to carry over funding that won't get spent as a result of delays to the project? There was a change to the project timelines at one point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Department of Infrastructure plans to finalize the project description report and start to apply for some of the permits in the fall of 2020. So it could be in place by possibly summer of 2021. And, we'll start to go through the tendering, the awarding, and the construction to take place beginning of this summer, hopefully of 2021. And the member will be excited to know that it might be open by the February 2024 to meet the timelines of the federal process. So that's where we're at in terms of the timelines, and we have to be mindful that things change and delays may take longer, but that's where we're aiming for right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave?
Madam Chair, I hope that I get to be one of the people that goes and drives that bridge the first time. I've definitely invested in it. My last questions are around the Prohibition Creek access road. I know at some point that had not actually gone out to tender yet. I'm just wondering if you could provide an update if that is going out for public tender soon or has gone out. Thank you.
Thank you. Member. Minister.
Madam Chair, the Prohibition Creek access road is the 13-kilometer segment of the all-season road along the Mackenzie Valley Highway. The department is undertaking some planning work towards that construction. and from Canyon Creek to Prohibition Creek, and this project is independent of a standalone regulatory process. So we are still in the process of waiting for the regulatory process, and in June 2020, $20 million in funding was announced for the construction of this access road, with the federal government providing $15 million under Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and then N.W.T picking up the difference in the tab. The work is still underway. You know, the member from the Statute and I have had discussions with some of the stakeholders in the community as they are anxiously waiting for this project to take place as well. So we are having that discussions. We are looking at, you know, getting things started as soon as we can and when we can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I hope that there will be a way to maximize all of the benefits to Northerners and get as many of the businesses in that region working. I'm not sure if this is the right location for it, but I don't see the Toledo Health Centre in this list. Could you provide an update on whether or not it should be on this list, or if there's a reason it's not, or if I'm just in the wrong spot? Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm thinking Toledo Health Centre would be under Health and Social Services. Yeah. That's it? Okay, thank you. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, obviously I'll be talking about Frank Channel Bridge as well. On the location it says various. There's only one location that's in Frank Channel, Deke, and within Bishopcombe. Just curious why it's various. Maybe a simple answer.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll find it here in 1 second, and I'll tell the member why. Hopefully, the replacement. I know it's crucial. Actually, you know what? I'm going to defer this, Madam Chair, over to Mr. Ludit. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason it's listed as various is because it's part of a bigger package of various bridges from throughout the Northwest Territories, but the member is correct. It is in the Frank Channel. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ludit. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one would assume that once a proposal is submitted, approved by the feds, then this area will be targeted as a Deke Frank Channel Bridge in Bishopcombe. I'm not sure if I'm correct on that, but that can be corrected. Madam Chair, the next one I have is this proposal has been submitted the previous year as well. Unfortunately, it was denied by the feds because of various competing, proposals from across Canada. And so proposal has been submitted according to minister response. And when do we expect a decision to be made? We should have a good idea because we've experienced that last year as well. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, from my understanding, the department submitted the original proposal. We've got majority of the dollars, but we were denied in the last round for the 25-cent dollars. So just recently, in the last week or so, you know, I've instructed staff to resend out the proposal, and you know, if we don't hear from them in the next week, that's we need to get in contact. So that's where we're at right now with that. I wish I could say it's going to be next week or we're going to know an answer for sure in a month. I don't know. We're just still in the engagement phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member from Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm glad the minister is on top of this. As you know, the bridge is over 50 years old, is very much deteriorating, and lots of commercial trucks go through there. And so it's a safety hazard. So obviously, like to see that replacement and soon enough. So once we're in that position, I just want to remind the department that we go through the procurement process, and local business, N.W.T. business, should be first consideration. We have a talented business arm with experience that can easily take this on. So, Madam Chair, that's just a comment on this particular area. And if I may move on to next subject area, and that is Clinchon All-Season Road. Madam Chair, we've been talking about this for a number of years now, and now it's in the final phase to be completion November of next year, 2021. Clinchon All-Season Road to Y.E.L.L.K.N.I.F E. That's what the title is, TASER. And Madam Chair, I just found out last couple of weeks that the road being built is not connecting all the way to Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E community. And a lot of elders in the past have always talked about connecting from Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E to YELLOWKNIFE, so they can have access to get out whenever they need to. So that's my understanding, and I'd just like to know where it's at, because it is expected that the road will be linked to the community of Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E. Is that the case, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Member from Amalfi. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Clinchon All-Season Road, and I was very happy to be able to take a drive on that 72 kilometer out of 97, but we did come to the end of the bridge, and we're expecting the work to be completed next year. Great opportunity for the Montfrey people to have a road to the access road, and the access road will bring them to the community. So that was the original plan, Madam Chair, and that's what the department is working on. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfrey?
Madam Chair, I do believe there's when we toured the 72 kilometers. My official chiefs leadership have also traveled the road as well, have a tour of the road infrastructure. And there's been questions asked by the chief of Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E and the council members too. I understand that there's been talks about with Kiewit, the main contractor, if they can link up the road towards the community of Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E, as opposed to just access road. So I believe that the discussion is taking place with the main contractor, and I'm just wondering where things are at, because that was last couple of weeks now, I believe, or last few weeks ago. And has there been any productive discussion based on that? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chairman asks Mr. Ludit to take the question.
Thank you, Minister. ADM Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The road, as we're being built, will connect, as the Minister noted, to the Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E access road. We recently had engineers in there just to have a look at it, to assess what we're looking at as far as widening drainage, what the requirements would be for widening drainage and other factors. And once we look at that report, we will be coming to seek funding for that portion as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ludit. Member for Montfrey?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so my understanding is from what the ADM has said, the money that was identified for Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E all-season road is from Highway 3 only to Y.E.L.K.N.I.F E access road. Is that the case with the federal government proposal? And so that will be my next line of question.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Montfrey?
So there is some feasibility, I guess, or discussion that's taking place now to deal with potential widening the road to Y.E.L.L.K.N.F.E. When are we expected to wrap things up so we can start planning on that? Because I understand Kiewit is very interested in doing that project. So just wondering when, because ADM alluded to as well, the current discussion happening, when are we expecting to get some results out of that? Merci.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to direct this to Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The team is actively working with Kiewit on the review of the inspection that Deputy Ludit just referred to, going over the information, going over the width of the road, conditions, culvert replacements, etc., at which point they will understand the scope of the funding that will be required and then proceed with procurement options. That should happen over the next few months, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member from Mofwee.
Let's see, Madam Chair, so once the information comes in, since it wasn't part of the federal proposal, I would assume that the funding will be identified within the department. Is that the case? To offset the cost of connecting to Y.E.L.K.N.F.E. Merci.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the plan was at the beginning of this Cleacho All-Season Road. I know there's been years and years of work in place to get this as far as it, as it's gone to the access road. So I'm going to let David or Mr. Moore take the answer or the question.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department is actively working with the Department of Finance through procurement and through Kiewit to look at funding solutions and procurement options with the intention that once that's determined, we would proceed with construction once spring comes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yep, Merci, Madam Chair. And looking through like the asset manager list on for all the projects that we've got going on, lots of various locations. Yet I don't see anything specifically for my riding in Trinidad-Willowday. Disappointing for me. This is very disappointing for me, and I'm really disappointed in the trend I'm seeing through all these estimates and going line by line and seeing all this work that's being done and my people are being left out, my constituents are being left out, and I'm not okay with that. But in saying that, like I said, in various, I'm hoping that some of these projects have been captured in my community. So I'm just going to have a question for the minister to start. Are there any these locations that are titled various? Is Lutsake and Denenukut part of that? Masicho.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the department has committed 20 kilometers of chip seal on Highway 6, which leads into the member's constituent. I also do want to make note that the capital plan is especially for infrastructure, it's over a 10-year period, and although member may not see things on this year's capital plan, does not mean it wasn't in the previous year or perhaps maybe in another year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, and thank you. Yeah, and I do understand that a lot of these items were brought into play well before we were elected into office, but it's still good to know that there's still some. I guess a good long-term work outlook for my constituents, because we do have a lot of people that still need to go to work and depend on a lot of some of these contracts that are on here, and I want to see more of that in the riding, and of course not just for Denenukut and Lutsake, but also Dilo and Deda. And I guess aside from that, was there any other, aside from that 20-kilometer chip seal outside of Denenukut, anything else in my writing? I'm referring to Dilo and Deda as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to request Mr. Moore to take the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to the chip seal, we talked about the addition of work that'll proceed over a number of years. Lusakid Power Plant, I think, would be one of those that the department's currently working on. It's a federally funded initiative that's proceeding in 21-22. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
And yesterday, 2 days ago, I brought up an idea, to get possibly having individual service to the fire department. They have a fire hall in Deda, and it got me thinking. I'm just wondering if there's anything in the long-term capital plan to upgrade the road between the Deda Junction and Deda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I recall correctly, and I could ask for some assistance, but last month we took a drive and met with the YKDFN, and I was told that there was a number of work that was done on that road, and it just finished this summer. I'm going to ask my David Moore to just confirm that, because I was told that it was there was a number of work that was done on the road to Deda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct. That work proceeded this summer and was completed, or a chip seal project. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Trinidad-Willowdale.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to leave this now. I do probably have some other questions, and I'll think on it. And if I have any more questions, I'll submit it in writing. Masicho.
Thank you, Member. Is there any other questions, comments under asset management on pages 42 and 43? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is of this $167 million here, I noticed there's a lot of, federal funding and a lot of 75-cent dollars, but of that total figure, how much of this is federal money? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to send the question to Mr. Ludit.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are correct. Of the 292, approximately 260 million of it is tied up in federal agreements. I would have to come back to you with the answers exactly how much of that is allocated from the federal government and how much from the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd appreciate on this area getting a sense of, when we pass $167 million, it's usually not us actually passing that because there's a bunch of federal dollars attached. So I would like to have that figure. In question period today, I heard that essentially our deferred maintenance was $465 million on all of our assets, and we're spending about $5 million a year. By my calculation, then it takes us 93 years to catch up on all of our deferred maintenance. But can someone just help me understand that figure? I guess I would like a little bit more explanation of, essentially, is it us taking all of the infrastructure we have, doing a needs assessment, and seeing what needs to be repaired and replaced, and that comes to $465 million? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the breakdown for the cost of $465,728,561. So it is a backlog. We recognize that, but I mean we don't have that kind of money just laying around. Especially if we have priorities here within our mandate, and we're already working with such a low amount of millions of dollars to complete our mandate in the next 3 more years. The breakdown, so I talked earlier about the priority one critical breakdown is $11 million. Each year we are allocated $5 million for deferred maintenance. Some of the potentially critical is about $18 million, just over $18 million. And some of the necessary but not critical is about 436. So I mean, we've broken it down into three categories of, you know, what's our priority, what's our potentially priority, and our necessary but not needed right now. I mean, so that's the breakdown that I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could just understand, can I get a sense of what is in deferred maintenance? Does that include, I understand it's all of our assets. Does it include roads or bridges? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the deferred maintenance funding is used to address some of the deferred maintenance issues, primarily consisting of some of the constructual failures, building code issues related to life and safety. There's roof and exterior envelope failures. There's additional issues related to building and fire codes, building mechanical, electrical, structural components, and accessibility. So those are some of the areas that the deferred maintenance is used for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in that list, I guess I didn't hear roads and bridges. Yeah, so my understanding is, you know, this is a giant figure, but if we also included all the maintenance and the O&M on our roads and bridges over the next decade and our needs assessment, our total infrastructure gap would be well beyond this. Which is what it is. I think we all aware that of our infrastructure needs and that we're one of the lowest and most behind in Canada. My specific question, though, is deferred maintenance is on assets, and when we're doing O&M budgets, the Department of Finance has a formula for amortization such that every asset automatically has an amount of money, the values decrease, that we must then put towards capital. Can I just have the minute? Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just have the understanding of the relationship between amortization and deferred maintenance? Because to me, they should just line up. Is there something wrong in how we're doing that, or is there just something I don't understand? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's a real technical question that I just can't find the right page for it, so I'm going to go and look out to the expertise. David Moore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back, it is only buildings. It is primarily about looking at about 430 major assets in the G&W.T. We inspect on a 5-year cycle, and we look at those assets for a number of things, as the Minister referred to, basically assessing how critical those issues are, structural failures, building code issues, you know, whether it's accessibility concerns, etc. Now, to get to the member's question, a number of the requirements are aligned with the degree to which the breakdown of the deferred maintenance requirement is there. As the Minister mentioned, 11 million of that backlog is actually currently critical. So that would essentially mean that we're talking about life safety hazards, functionality issues, code violations, things that are urgently required. And so that's where that $5 million is allocated. Is it aligned to outside the program? Not that I'm aware of, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is just getting to my lack of not really understanding the financial responsibility policy and the way things are going, but I struggle that we amortize certain assets and we make sure that, you know, we're kind of calculating what the needs assessment is. And I get that it's giant and it's going to get out of whack, but I'm wondering if there is a way that the Department of Infrastructure can work with the Department of Finance such that we have a policy where we don't have $11 million in this first priority that comes before us and we're not funding it. to me, it just seems we're building infrastructure and not building in a financial responsibility policy that requires we maintain it. And I know I'm not going to get that yes, but is that a conversation that can happen such that we don't continually get budgets that have things that don't meet code, that are just going to cost us more money in the long run? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to I'll say yes, but I just want to point out that the amortization is an accounting treatment of capital assets to expense the cost of the asset's useful life. So, I mean, you know, we talk about some of the capital assets that are the bridges, and, you know, they're coming to their useful life. That's a priority. That's, you know, we need that road for big trucks to travel in back and forth out territory safely. So, I mean, we do recognize that this is a priority. And, you know, it is working with Department of Finance to be able to set aside money so that infrastructure could go and, you know, upkeep buildings that are safe for the people, make sure our roads are safe, and you know, and the list continues. So, yes, I was going to get to that yes, I got to the yes, we will work with Department of Finance. People like yeses out there.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to switch gears a little here. The ice road to the diamond mines, does Department of Infrastructure have any role in that? Do we pay for that? Can I just have an understanding of how that works? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we don't.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, well, that's that, I guess. My next question is kind of rather specific. This is the section of the N.W.T that does all of our leasing, it controls our building infrastructure. It also is the section of the budget that retrofits our programs. I think we own 3 large towers in downtown Yellowknife. We rent the other 3. We are by far the biggest landlord in Yellowknife. We give all of this money to Northview. We don't BIP it, but I have a lot of problems with that area, but I only have about 10 seconds left. Can the Department of Infrastructure look into a district heating system for all of the giant towers which we either own or rent in downtown Yellowknife? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have a 2030 energy strategy, and there are priorities in there, and one of the priorities is to increase the use of biomass. And, you know, I think the members has bugged me about this question before, and I know the answer, and that's why I'm able to say it. We have a target of 40%. Right now, we're about 25%. So, you know, I agree we're getting there. We're not quite there, and it takes time and money. So that is something the department is working on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I have some questions about the Clecho All-Season Road. I was in the last assembly, and I'm sorry to say that this is the first time I've ever heard that the highway doesn't actually go to the community. Comes as more than a bit of a surprise, I guess. And I'm furiously trying to look at you know, the Environmental Review Board website, and I do see a map here showing the Clecho All-Season Road going up to a point that's outside the community boundary. So is there actually a road then going to be, is there some kind of a road that's going to go from the end? Is there a road already in place from the end of the Clecho All-Season Road into N.W.T? Is there a road already there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, this Clecho All-Season Road is a 2-lane, 97-kilometer road that's meant to get to the access road. Once you get to the access road, that brings you into the community. So, yeah, it all connects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Of course, I've never had a chance to go out there myself, so what kind of condition is that access road in? Thanks.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I remember correctly, it was the Ray Access Road. And, you know, we blocked that road off for construction. So, I mean, nobody could go in there unless you're essential worker or you're part of the groups that's going in. So it is from the Ray Access Road leading into towards the community of N.W.T.
Just going to, oops, sorry. I think the question was the condition of the road.
Okay. To N.W.T. Okay. I didn't say Betuco. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Ludit to answer that because I thought it was, the road is there and then we just need it, we're at the access road, and if I haven't been to the access road part, so if the Mr. Ludit can speak on what the condition is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had the luxury of going to the beautiful community of N.W.T. On several occasions. The road is, as the member alluded, it is narrow and does need some upgrading. We understand that, and as we noted earlier, we do have that in our plans to facilitate those repairs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. There was a lot of back and forth to find out that we're building a road, a highway doesn't even go to a community, goes to a narrow, windy road that needs to be upgraded to actually get into the community. How do we design it? Sorry, I'm just a bit astounded that we could actually develop a project like this without actually developing the last, it looks like maybe 15, 20 kilometers into the community. How do we go forward with a project like this without building the last bit into the community? Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry, I'm a bit surprised at this, having sat through the last assembly and only finding out now that we're not even building a road to a community. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when I became Minister of Infrastructure, I was quite surprised too. So, and it is something that the department will work with with getting the last part of it completed. Right now, you have the road, and then it brings you access to the community. And it's no different than some of the other projects that we're doing across the Mackenzie Valley Highway, such as the Prohibition Creek Road and some other projects as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess this is a little secret that I'll let the Minister in on then. If we're going to build a road to a community and tout it as a project to a community, we should actually finish the project and make sure an access road is included in the highway. I find this really hard to believe, but I don't know how many more millions of dollars this is. It's $451 million, including the maintenance cost to build this highway, and it doesn't even go to a community. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. I'm more than a little shocked. My next question is about the Frank Channel Bridge. The last time N.W.T went to the federal government to ask for money for the Frank Channel Bridge, it's my understanding, and I was told that it was competing with the Slade Geological Province Road, and for whatever reason, Cabinet of the day said that the Slade Geological Province Road was a priority over the Frank Channel Bridge, which I continue to be amazed at, again, putting a road to nowhere over public safety. So what kind of assurance can the Minister give me that the Frank Channel Bridge is actually a priority in terms of funding submissions to the federal government at this point? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member is correct, and I've mentioned it earlier on a couple other questions. The bridge is set to expire in 2023. The final design construction are anticipated to take up to 3 years. The member is right. I'm told that the proposal didn't get approved, but there are other federal funding that is out there that we have resubmitted the proposal. So hopefully we'll know, and I don't know the timeline, but this is something that is a priority. And as well as, you know, you look at our mandate, there are other priorities as well. This is one of the many. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So just so I'm clear, is there actual money in this set of capital estimates for the Frank Channel Bridge right now? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Moore to answer this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frank Channel is indeed a priority. We're seeking federal funding on a couple of fronts right now, including working with Transport Canada, and that would be for 75-25 funding. And the 25% is indeed part of our capital plan that we're talking about right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So there's N.W.T money being put into the capital budget for this project, and we're hoping that the federal government's going to match it with 75-cent dollars. Is that what I've just heard? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe that's the case, but I'm going to let Mr. Moore just clarify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's part of our submission that we request the 75% upfront, and in planning the 25%, should the 75% be successful, so we have it in our allocated capital plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I guess we're putting up the 75-cent dollars, hoping that somebody else is going to come along and match it with 25-cent dollars. Is that what this is about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Ludit to answer this.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The funding formula would be 25% for the government of Northwest Territories and 75% for Canada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to again make my views known to the Minister and to all of my colleagues on the other side that, as far as I'm concerned, the Frank Channel Bridge, which is a public safety issue, needs to be a priority over the Slave Geological Province Road. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Member. I'll take that as a comment. And we're gonna break for a few minutes. I'll call a committee of the whole back to order. I have member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping to get up a little earlier there because the minister was saying yes there quite a few times, so it might be a little late now. Anyways, I'd just like to talk a bit about the bridges that are kind of set to go here. And one of the things that, in the north here, we always talk about, resource development. And one of the things that when we talk about resource development, we've got to think about the roads. We've got to think about what weight those roads can take. We've got to think about the bridges themselves, whether they're, whether we got a high-load corridor here. And in some areas, we don't have that. So I'd just like to ask the minister there, when it comes to the bridges that we have set to be built, are they going to be open span to ensure that we have a high-load corridor coming in to the N.W.T. and down the valley and up towards the diamond mines? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me use one example. The Decay Frank Channel Bridge has the overhead truss structure, which restricts the transportation of oversized dimension of equipment that are able to get to the territories. The idea of, any new bridges that are built in the territories should be open span. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the Buffalo River Bridge, like the Hay River Bridge is open span, but the Buffalo River Bridge does have a canopy over it. And we did put money, government did put money into it a few years ago. Can you tell me if there's any indication that that bridge will be looked at in the near future to ensure that it becomes open span as well? Because if we do have development in the Pine Point area, I think that it would be prudent to have an open span system there, and going towards Smith as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Moore to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member raises a very good point, and work was recently done at Buffalo. We certainly look at each bridge individually, of course, with respect to its own design and requirements and available budget. In that particular case, it wasn't possible to look at expanding the truss system. But as the minister mentioned, in other cases, such as Frank Channel, we certainly are looking at that as one of the priorities for future design. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the highway system, the highway reconstruction work here, I see we got Highway 1. Can the minister tell me if there's any work slated for between kilometers 0 and 82? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to, I don't know what specific area this is within this moment, so I'm going to defer to Mr. Moore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not currently at this time, but we are looking at that stretch of Highway 1, looking at issues that may occur, widening requirements, geometry, certainly inspecting the quality and the integrity of the road. That is certainly ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to hear that because, from 0 to Enterprise, the road is narrow. Once you get past Enterprise there, we have there is shoulders there and all the way into Yellowknife. So I think it's important that it is a main highway coming into the territories, and I think it's important that we do widen that road and possibly even straighten it at certain points. So the one highway I see here missing is Highway 2, which is from Enterprise to Hay River, and that highway is it gets a lot of use with large transport vehicles during the winter due to fuel haul. And that road is windy. And has there been any discussion or planning to straighten that road and also widen it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Moore to answer that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We try to look at all the highways throughout the territory, including Highway 2, looking at areas that we can prioritize our federal funding to. A large part of our investment is certainly federally funded, but Highway 2 is not included in that plan at this current time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about Highway 3 from kilometer 4 to probably before the bridge. It's pretty, it's a washboard there, and whenever I drive it there, it's you got to slow down. So I'm just wondering if the minister can tell me what plans there are to work on that road to ensure that we get that washboard out of there and try to make it so it's traffic can actually go the speed limit on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the department has invested just over $6 million for work to improve work on Highway 3. I'm going to defer this to Mr. Moore to speak more specifically about the ruts on the road. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Madam Chair, Highway 3 is certainly a challenge, as the member notes. There's a number of permafrost challenges on that road that the department is continuously working on. It's also been the subject of some of our research and development. It's probably not well known that the department does research into permafrost resilience in our highways to determine how best to move forward with them. And we have a number of test strips on Highway 3 helping us in that regard. But as the minister mentioned, there's been a significant investment in Highway 3. $22.5 million, in fact, will be invested between 2019 and 2024 under the new Building Canada plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to move on to Highway 7. We talk about tourism, and I think that Highway 7 is haven't driven it for a while, but I do talk to people who are on it, and sometimes it's not too bad, and other times it's pretty rough. So I'm just wondering, what's the long-term plan to get that road up to, a certain type of facility that can, take the bigger trucks and not be beaten up like it has been, because I know that there are some pretty bad washboards in there. There has been some. I know when you're driving along there, you're doing 80 kilometers an hour, and all of a sudden you got to slow down to about 20. So I'm just wondering what's being done to deal with that highway, because I think that with that highway's in fairly good shape, it would encourage tourism as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, between 2019-2020 and 2023-2024, the Department of Infrastructure will invest $15 million on improvements to Highway 7. With federal funding under what's called the new Building Canada plan. So this is some of the work the rehab work is focused on kilometers 20 to 38 and areas where there's severe distress and that requires immediate attention, mostly to maintain public safety and operation of the highway. This work includes things like culvert replacement, roadway widening, horizontal vertical curb move, and so the department is looking at obtaining some of these permits to get started. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister. Sorry. Member for Hay River South.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions on the asset management, pages 41 to 43? Seeing none, I will call the activity. Infrastructure asset manager, infrastructure investments, $167,809,000. Does the committee agree? We will now turn to corporate management on page 44 with information items on page 45. Questions, comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask a number of questions about the Slave Geological Province Corridor there. I believe we got $40 million from the federal government to advance this, and I see here it's for environmental assessment for Lockhart Lake, the first section of Blazar, as some people are now calling it, I heard the other day. Can I just get clarification? Do we expect it to cost $40 million to put just the Lazar part through environmental assessment, or can I get a breakdown of how that money is going to be spent? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on August 14, 2019, Transport Canada announced it would provide $30 million under what's called the National Trade Corridors Fund for environmental study in the regulatory process for the planning studies to advance the Slave Geological Province Corridor. So the N.W.T has committed $10 million to the project, which brings us to a total of $40 million. The project will support the future economy of Northwest Territories by not only facilitating mineral exploration development in a region with significant resource potential, provide improved access to minerals and metals critical to the green economy of the future, and assisting with reclaiming mines and, in the region upon closure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, can I just confirm that? So I understand we're going to do the project description report, we're going to do a developer's assessment report, and then we're going to go enter environmental assessment. Are we entering environmental assessment just from Highway 4 to Lockhart Lake? Or are we entering environmental assessment for the entire road, 2 of the 3 phases? Can I just get a sense of what we are bringing to the Land and Water Board? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's 4 project phases, and maybe I'll eventually get to the member's answer. So the first phase, which is costing $40 million, this is the environmental and planning engineering studies. That's the first phase of this project. And you know, it's the second is the construction of the 179-kilometer all-weather road from Loch Lake to Loch LaGrasse, which is estimated about $350 million. And the fourth plan is the construction of the 82 all-weather road. So this is a big project that, you know, something that the government is pursuing. But first we need to do the environmental studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I understand, yeah, there's the multiple phases. First we're going to go to Lockhart, then we're going to go to Lake de Gras, and then we're going to maybe go to Nunavut, and then maybe Nunavuts going to go to the ocean, and then maybe they're going to build a port. I understand there's multiple steps. My question is, the $40 million we got, are we going to environmental assessment on just to Lockhart Lake, just that first step of construction? Or what are we bringing to environmental assessment? We had this problem with the Mackenzie Valley Highway, where we proposed the entire road into environmental assessment. It got caught up in years, and then we dialed it back and said, no, we're just doing these in portions. So I'm just looking for what exactly we're bringing to environmental assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get Mr. Lud to answer this.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Luted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first phase is that section from Highway 4 to Lockhart that we are right now bringing our regulatory applications forward, doing our planning, looking at our traditional knowledge, and working with our partners. There will be a decision point at that point on whether the project goes to EA at that point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lutet. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'm happy to hear we're doing this in phases. Yeah, I recognize it's not our decision whether it goes to EA. I don't think it's much secret that it probably will go to environmental assessment. Okay, and then I want to get the sense, say we get regulatory approvals, we get those in 2024, let's say, past the life of this assembly, and we say we're approved and we have funding for just phase 1 of Lockhart Lake. Will we build the road to Lockhart Lake, like start construction, or are we going to wait to get regulatory approval and funding secured for the other phases? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get Mr. Lud to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Lutet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The plan is to plan and work on the construction in phases, so that would be our intention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lutet. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess part of my concern with this entire project is that I think in 2001 there was a business case for this, or there's been years of talking about this, and it made probably complete sense when the diamond mines were in full operation. It would have saved them millions of dollars in not building the ice road every year. But I am concerned that even if we build phase 1, which doesn't get us to the diamond mines, by the time we actually get phase 2 built, I mean, we're into 2027 would be my guess at the earliest. Most of those mines are ending the life of their operation. So I don't want to, there's kind of this never-ending moving target with this road of we do a business plan and it says, yeah, it's fine, and then we have to wait 20 years. And it seems we're at least waiting another 5 years to even start construction. Can I get the Minister to speak to how those business plans and that assessment of the return on this keeps getting evaluated as the mines actually wind down? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that portion still provides advantages to industry in the area and also will enhance exploration and also extends the ice road further north. The long-term vision of this project was to include an infrastructure corridor that supports road, communications, hydro transmission line infrastructure, connects to an all-weather road, perhaps in Nunavut, that'll link onto the deep water Arctic part. So there are opportunities within this project other than just, just looking at different phases. And I respect it's going to take time. A lot of infrastructure projects do take time, and it is something that is part of the mandate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess, there's been a number of different assessments of this road and benefit cost analysis. One of the problems is many of the ones I have seen, they do the analysis based on there being hydro, based on the road going to Nunavut, based on the port existing. I have yet to see a business case for just Lockhart Lake Road, which is what we're proposing to build. We're proposing to build a road that doesn't get to the diamond mines, that doesn't have hydro. So is the Minister willing to go and do the business case for just that? Because the funding for this is ultimately up to political will. We may be sitting here in 2028 and we just built a road to Lockhart Lake and then decided to not build any further. And then it'll truly be a road to nowhere. It won't even be a road to the diamond mines. So I just want to make sure that there's a business case for phase 1. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is something the Department of Infrastructure can look into, but we also can work with the other departments within the N.W.T, including ITI. I mean, there's opportunities there within that department to be able to work together to see, how we can expand this project further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just have the Minister confirm, so in what we're sending to environmental assessment and the road to Lockhart Lake, will hydro lines or power lines be included at that at all? Is that part of this plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there is potential within the Slave Geological Province corridor, and you know some of the areas I've talked about in the opportunities can include reaching out to some other areas where we have other sources of hydro, perhaps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to ask that question one more time a different way. I recognize we're sending this project to we're sending this project for approval. It may go to environmental assessment in all likelihood. We need to have a lot of detail. Is part of the plan to include extending power lines? Obviously, this would require running them up the Ingham Trail and then down the road, which would be another huge project. I want to clarify whether the project as defined to Lockhart Lake includes transmission lines. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Luda to expand further on, some of the potential opportunities within this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Luda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, this road is very important, I think, to the economic well-being of the Northwest Territories. It's going to an area that is rich in minerals. It promotes future economic activity and exploration, and will create additional revenue streams as well as employment for our people in the area while it's under construction. The long-term, while Tolston is being advanced separately, our long-term vision is to go to the SGPC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Lutet. Are there any other comments, questions under the corporate management section? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'd like to pick up where my colleague from Yellowknife North left off. The Mackenzie Valley Highway has been in environmental assessment now for over 7 years. 7 years. It was submitted to environmental assessment by N.W.T, Department of Transportation, back in February of 2013. What I'm worried is that the same thing is about to happen with the Slave Geological Province Road. I've heard a lot of fuzziness around what this project really is, whether it includes hydro, is it really part of a bigger project that's going to spill over into Nunavut. It's extremely fuzzy, and I understand that some of this funding is perhaps to better define the project, at least I hope so, for $40 million. But I guess I'd like to know, is it the intention to submit a project to environmental assessment during the life of this Assembly? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The best time would have been to build this would have been at least 30 years ago. But I guess the second time is just to get it started now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, given that the the N.W.T itself triggered an environmental assessment for the Mackenzie Valley Highway, is this government going to submit or trigger an environmental assessment itself for the Slave Geological Province Road or Lockhart Lake Road, whatever it's going to be called? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will be submitting regulatory applications for the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that the Minister actually understood my question. Of course, regulatory applications are the first step to an environmental assessment, but any party, including N.W.T, I shouldn't say any party, a limited number of parties can actually trigger, or once the applications are filed, ask that an environmental assessment be conducted. One of those parties is this government. Is this party going to trigger an environmental assessment for this project? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get Mr. Moore to explain further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a long, complex process. Obviously, there's a lot of investigative studies that are part of the 40 million, and part of that is understanding of the attributes of environmental risk and consequences of proceeding on certain routes. And that will feed into the decision-making process whether we proceed with an EA or not, and at what stage. So I think it's a bit premature at this point to proceed. It's not our decision basically to move forward with an EA or not. The board processes will determine essentially if we need to proceed with an EA or not. So at this point, Madam Chair, it's premature to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to stop this line of questioning on this item because I don't think my witnesses here really actually understand what's in the MVRMA, and that our government actually does have the authority to trigger an environmental assessment, which is exactly what they did for the Mackenzie Valley Highway. But I might suggest that they do some homework on this issue. But I guess I want to go back to what the minister said about this project. It would have been good maybe 30 years ago. What I'm worried about is I would like to see a cost-benefit study or a business case developed for the road from the end of the Ingram Trail, I guess, to Lockhart Lake, if indeed that's what the project is. But maybe even the more important question to ask is, by putting this money into this road, it means that we're not doing other things. What are the opportunity costs associated with doing this road? You know, if it costs $450 million, that's 20 years of universal childcare that we could have in the Northwest Territories. $450 million would probably get most of our housing out of core need. So choices have to be made. And I guess I've made my choice that I don't think this is a great investment, quite frankly, especially at a time where caribou are at a critical stage, the Bathurst caribou herd. So in the kind of economic analysis that the department intends to undertake, or is that kind of work going to be done to look at what the opportunity costs are of spending $450 million on a road that ends at Lockhart Lake? Is that kind of economic analysis going to be done? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, absolutely, we can look into it. And I do want to make note that we have funding for the road. You know, there's lots of work for businesses who are accessing this. And also just a note, like some of the funding we receive is specifically for roads and highways and, you know, project specific. And, you know, we can't be telling federal government to go and say, no, we don't want to spend your money on an area where it's slotted, rather than to use it in another area. You know, we are getting $75 into communities we wouldn't be able to get in any of our communities anyway. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really want to encourage the minister, maybe working with her colleague in the Minister of Finance, to do that kind of macroeconomic analysis of whether, for what we could actually get for $450 million, the cost to build this road. We don't have the $450 million to build it, and I think that's probably on the low side, but would we create more jobs? Would we create greater well-being for the Northwest Territories if we invested that money into childcare or housing rather than building a road? That's a fundamental question here that I hope that my colleagues on the other side are actually listening to. We only have $538 million left in the borrowing limit for this government. How are we going to be able to afford to do Mackenzie Valley Highway work, Slade Geological Province Road, and Tulsa all at the same time when we have that limited amount of borrowing limit left? It's just, we can't do it all. So hard decisions have to be made. And no one seems to want to make that decision, those hard decisions about what our real priorities are, whether we're going to put our people first in terms of childcare, housing, you name it. Or are we going to build roads? I'm sorry, that's the stark choice that faces this government. Now, and I've said before, if I had to build one infrastructure project, it's not even in the budget, is completing a network of broadband connecting all of our communities to high-speed internet. It's not even in this budget. It's not even a big infrastructure project, nowhere. That's the project that we can and should be taken to Ottawa, not the Slade Geological Province Road. So those are comments, Madam Chair, but I really urge my colleagues on the other side of the House to do the hard economic analysis that needs to be done to look at what we can get with the dollars that we have. And investing in a road like this is not going to generate the kind of long-term benefits that I've heard people here talk in very fuzzy terms about. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake, and I will take those as comments as there's no questions. Are there any further comments, questions to the corporate management? 44 and 45. Member for Tabacha.
You know, I listened to some of the comments around the table, and economic recovery is extremely important. Economic recovery means new dreams, new developments, new things. And when I hear comments that are, how could you, these monies and allocations were given to certain projects. They can't be changed to universal childcare. They cannot be changed to something else. I mean, when we sit around this table and we're talking about infrastructure and we're not even discussing that in that right department, it amazes me on some of the things that are brought here at this level in that sense. I too agree with universal childcare. I too agree with all these things. You can't have everything if you don't have infrastructure that is going to carry this territory forward. We have mines closing. We have lost a lot of jobs with this mine. We looked at it this morning. That's a lot of jobs we're talking about. How are you going to rebuild the territory if you don't have dreams and you don't have an amazing infrastructure ability to really want to do something entirely with what we got, and ensuring that with federal government helps us with Indigenous procurement so that we can move forward and ownership with the Indigenous peoples. Because those are the things that could actually be done if you actually want to do it. And from what I see in the discussions in the past, we can do that. You can do anything you want if you put your mind to it. I firmly believe that. I'm very much a business person, always have been all my life. Never depended on government most of the time. I'm very pro-business. Always will be, always will be. And other people have other agendas, and that's fine, and I agree. You know, we can't all think the same. But I know for sure that the three main projects that are designated in our mandate agenda is what we agreed on. The majority always is what we agree on. There's a couple of things that I've noticed in the last day or so that puzzles me about infrastructure, and it's mainly to deal with the Tolson. I'm very much about the Tolson expansion, and now I see that the minister has appointed the same old board again, all deputy ministers, no arm's length, and that really concerns me. So you have very capable people with the president and everyone else at NCPC who could maybe think of different ideas instead of thinking tunnel vision like most governments do, and do something entirely different and think out of the box. And yet we appoint all these deputy ministers back to a board instead of having an arm's length board of governors in the governance aspect of the NCPC, and that would also include the Tolson expansion. I want to ask the minister, how did she decide on this again? So, Minister Archie, would you answer my question, please?
Just to be clear, I think that's under the next section, the Tolson. So on the corporate management, we've only got the 3 line items. So if you want, I can give you the question when we get to the next section, if that's okay, on the Tolson. But if you have, if you have questions on the items that are on this section, then, you know. Member for Tabachak, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm getting too tired. I said I wanted to make sure, Madam Chair, that I just put a statement in on the corporate management side too, because I'm very strong on making sure that we, as a government, do not think of only all these other things. We have to have a balance, I know that, okay, with climate change, environment and stuff, but we also have to move forward. And I'm not going to ask any questions. I don't know how the minister feels about that. I think the minister should, I just wanted to see how she feels about that, because it's, I sit here and I listen, and as a business person and being here 50 years in business, it puzzles me sometimes how this government thinks. And so maybe Minister Arch could just give me an insight on her insight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of Infrastructure, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you for that. And, I thank the member for her questions around, some of the infrastructure projects, because you look at this and, these projects were part of our mandate. It's part of our assembly. And for us to look at proceeding with some of the projects, if and where we can, I think it's important. I did speak earlier about some of the federal funding that we receive. And, we need to continue to pursue more and more funding as we start to link up some of our roads to get communities connected, to get, to make best use of, some of our mineral resources and some of our just resource in general that's out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Did you have anything further, Member for Tabacha?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tunade-Willade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at 3 maps right now, and I just want to, I want to be honest with each and everyone in here. I'm very conflicted about all of this, with SGP in particular. Last night we had a hearing in Sketty on the wolves and caribou and some of the calving grounds. We talked about that yesterday in particular. And then I'm looking at another map here with the SGP where it goes, where the ultimate end routes are going to be and how it starts out. That's something else I'm looking at. And then when on Wikipedia, I'm like, I wanted to see exactly where my riding sits, and this sits right in my writing, so I think it's appropriate that I actually say something about this. But it is about balance, you know. I know that the YKDFN and the N.W.T worked out a deal to do the environmental assessment, and for me, that part is good for the environmental assessment to go down that route. And to me, that means that there's food being put on a plate for my constituents. That's so important. You don't get anywhere by being totally on one side of the fence or being totally on the other side of the fence. You have to try to find that fine line through and do what's best for you people. And that's where I sit right now. I look at this and I want to think about where are we going to be sitting in 50 years from here down the road? What are our caribou herds going to be looking like? What is our development going to be looking like? But I did find another part of the, you know, I try to always to find a way solutions through this, and I looked at one map here, and I am happy that looking through some of the plans for this, at least there's like a bunch of routes at least there to find ways to not disturb wildlife as best they can. And I liked when I kind of went through some of the other developments we have, because it's not only diamond mines, there's other development, and it's important. This is what kept our economy afloat for a very long time, and we still have to be mindful of that. And I think that when I drove over to N.W.T, I drove by Pine Point, and there used to be a railroad there, and they took it down because of the zinc. The mine closed down at Pine Point many years ago. But now they're reopening. They're talking about they're revisiting that and going and finding a mutual beneficial deal there with N.W.T and with other parties, of course, with the Métis. And that's what I want to see. Too many times we've had so many developments, no matter what the development was, no matter what the infrastructure was. We're talking about Tulsa, big companies. They came in and we had no benefits for the longest time. And from my point, I'm sick of seeing that. I'll only, from here on forward, I'll only support these big projects if we see our people benefit up the north, our indigenous companies benefit. Because if we don't, then what? What are we going to have left with for our future generations? So I know that in the future, I'll probably for myself here sitting in this house, I'll have some tough decision to make. But right now, the way I feel about it, there's a balanced approach to it. You still have to find ways to keep your people working and to balance that fine line of respecting the environment and respecting how your ancestors used to hunt. And my great-grandparents, they used to hunt on a lot of these hunting grounds. And I'm looking at this caribou map. It's a vast map that our my constituents from Dilo-Deta, Tutsuke, and Rez used to hunt, and they still do. And you can't forget that, and so I guess I don't have too many questions on that right now, but like I said, it's about balance through all of this, and so that's where my mind sits on that. Because I don't want to sound too cheesy, but I do love the North. I love the people. I love the city. I'm so passionate about this, and that's why I'm sitting here. But as leaders, we're going to have to make those tough choices to keep our economy afloat and to try to, at the same time, keep our caribou herds alive. We have to keep respect our environment and try to find that way through. And I'm hoping, we have a lot of very good experts to help us navigate this. And, we have not only just one department. We have ENR that we have to partner up with. We have a lot of partnerships with Indigenous governments up north around us, and we have to always be mindful of that and find collaborative, game theory approaches to how we want to navigate this. So that's where I said, this almost sounded like Commissioner's address speech, but no, I'm really passionate about this. And like I said, there's going to be some tough choices, but this is all about balance. And so that's just something I want to say. I really have a lot of still, like, so we're 1 year in, but we still got a few years left. That means there's going to be a lot of consultation with my leaders in my riding and a lot of my constituents. And I really need to get a good solid pulse on where they want to go. We still have to think about the CATRA that would likely be signed, and we have to think about those things, and the Métis as well. We can't forget about the Métis and those implications. So I just want to leave it at that. I'll leave that as a comment. I don't have any questions. And as I said before, if anything that pops up in my head, I usually just shoot an email to the ministers or the premier, and that's how I'll go about that. Te Marcy Choastan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Willowday. Are there any further comments or questions to the corporate management under infrastructure on page 44 and 45? Seeing none, I will call the activity. Infrastructure, corporate management, infrastructure investment, $30,533,000. Does committee agree? We will now turn to programs and services on page 46 with information items from page 47 through to 49. Members, any questions, comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we look at our, asset infrastructure, we get that $465 million deficit. And then if we looked at our roads, and I'm sure it's another billion. If we look at our airports, it's probably more. And then I think if we looked at the Northwest Territories Power Corp, it'd probably be the most terrifying of all of them. And I see in here we have a number of hydro projects. We have a number of new kind of Tulston pre-expansion, Bluefish hydro upgrade. I guess I'm just looking for someone to explain to me the relationship between us spending infrastructure dollars for the Power Corp and their budget. If we spend this money, does part of it come out of their budget? Do they have an obligation to pay a portion of this infrastructure through rate increases? Can I just someone explain the relationship between NTPC putting together their capital needs and then it ultimately getting into infrastructure's programs and services capital needs? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to defer this over to Mr. Ludit.
Oh, Mr. Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting late in the day. Basically, we provide money to NTPC for projects that they undertake, like facility upgrades, and we'll manage projects on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize there is this tension with every jurisdiction and their power corporation of the power corp, supposedly having to run rates that keep their power consistent and allow them to maintain their infrastructure, and then consistently power corps don't want to raise rates, so they just don't maintain their infrastructure, and then the government has to bail them out, hence we're subsidizing the power corp, which we have done multiple times and are continuing to do here. So my question though is, when we build all of this new upgrades and maintenance for the power corp, are they required to go recoup any of that infrastructure cost through a rate increase? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Ludit to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the projects that we're funding through for NTPC, just for clarification, is ISIP money it's federal funding where the NTPC pays 25%, the feds pay 25%, which is charged to the ratepayer. Only the 25% share, of course, that's done in this manner. So it's actually not G&W money. We're working with NTPC to provide the funding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. That's the answer I was looking for, is where the 25% dollars come from. They ultimately come from NTPC, and in theory, NTPC has to get all of its money through rates. I guess, do we have any information of, I mean, there's quite a lot of infrastructure in here. NTPC is clearly spending money. They need to be spending that money. Do they have plans to go to the Public Utility Board for a rate increase? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, that's the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to switch gears here to the Tulston expansion pre-construction. So right now in the South Slave, they have a surplus of power. They actually have the cheapest power in the N.W.T, and at Tulston expansion, there's a plan to make more power to an area with a surplus. Can I just get a sense of this Tulston expansion pre-construction money here? Assume it's federal dollars, but when is the quickest timeline we would see that after expansion it actually connects to somewhere we could sell that power, whether that's down south or whether that's in the North Slave or to a mine, or what is the projected timeline to actually sell any of that surplus in the South Slave? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to get Mr. Ludet to answer that question. Thank you.
Mr. Ludet.
At this point, I'm not certain we have an actual timeline. We're still in the early stages. We're still working, obviously, with our Indigenous partners and moving this project forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure how much I can get into Power Corp questions here, but I mean, this is ultimately where the Power Corp's infrastructure finds its way into the budget. So in the South Slave right now, we produce that surplus of power. We essentially just spill power over the dam every year because we have no one to sell it to. I mean, Alberta's never going to buy it, or neither is Saskatchewan. And our power is too expensive. Arguably, some of the mines probably won't even buy it, assuming diesel remains competitive. But some of the people who are buying it are commercial heaters right now. We've allowed them to install infrastructure to heat their buildings with electricity and pinned it to a price point that is competitive with diesel. Is there any plans to expand that? Can we make it available to residents in the South Slave so that they can heat their homes with electricity and actually save money? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's the plan with the whole energy strategy, and I hate to keep going back to it, but there are some good projects and, measurable results within the strategy that, really puts to task some of our goals there. And I do want to mention that the Tulston expansion is a long ways away. It's not going to happen overnight, and we need to secure some funding. We need to look at some business arrangement, go through the regulatory applications, the construction, the tying in. So, I mean, we do have several programs to support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the line item renewable solutions for off-grid diesel, ISIP money. Glad to see this. I'm really excited for some of the potential for off-grid diesel and renewable solutions there. Can I just get the Minister to expand on what that item is, how much it is, and what it's trying to accomplish? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I ask what project he was referring to? Again, sorry.
Minister, member for Yellowknife North, can you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Understandably, we throw everything in this section, from loaders to our technological service center to power lines, but I'm looking at page 49, the third line down. We have renewable solutions for off-grid diesel. It's federal money. It's estimated to be completed in 2026, 27, so long ways off. But can I get, how much money is that? And is it renewable diesel? Is that what this money is for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, It is a line item. There is no projects identified yet, but we are working with communities to be able to discuss some of the options with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to try one more time. Is this possibly money for renewable diesel, or is it just for getting communities that are on off-grid diesel to some other renewable source? And how much money is it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, it's used for renewables, so the electricity or heat, and I should probably answer that with the first question. I'm going to ask Mr. Ludit to see if he wants to expand on this a little bit further. Unless we find the exact amount dollar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an item that we would like to get back to you on. It is to do with solar and biomass, but we'd also like to extend an invitation to do a presentation on our energy strategy to committee at their convenience. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one question which I've always kind of had about Tulsa, and no one's really been able to explain it to me, is we want to expand our power, but we have some of the most expensive power in Canada. And part of that goal is to then connect, maybe to Alberta, maybe to Saskatchewan and sell that power, but their power is far cheaper than us. Why has the plan never been to just simply connect to one of those southern jurisdictions and instead of expanding our very expensive and aged infrastructure, just get into power purchasing agreement and buy much cheaper power? There's something I'm missing why that doesn't make sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to divert this to Mr. Ludit. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our long-term vision is to create, obviously more reliable power and be able to supply it to different areas of the Northwest Territories. The long-term vision is to connect to southern Canada, and as we have these opportunities for hydro expansions, we feel that can be part of our long-term vision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Ludit. Noting the clock, committee members, I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole, please? Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 181-19 brackets 2, capital estimates 2021-2022, Department of Infrastructure, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Detroit. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Friday, October 30th, 2020, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions. Oral question 358-19-2. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, motion 19-19-2, motion 20-19-2, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 15, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Committee Report 4-19-2, Committee Report 5-19-2, Minister Statement 77-19-2, table documents 165, 166, 167, and 181-19-2, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, October 30th, 2020 at 10 a.m.